Ready? I see the YouTube on. These are making the jump. We'll give them just a minute. Okay. Okay. Great. Looks like everyone's in. Welcome,
Everything's
welcome.
good on this end.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen. Welcome, everybody. Good evening. We are very happy to have Director Kirschbaum of DDOT with us tonight as our guest speaker. Um, we have quite a little pile up of questions for you, as I know I communicated to your team in advance. So I don't know if you wanted to take a few minutes and say anything before we dive into those. We generally like to leave most of the time for Q&A. So, but if you want to do a few minutes
Sure.
first, go
No,
ahead.
thanks so much, Chair. Happy to be here. I actually think I may be joined by Keisha Anderson. She's our community engagement liaison for Ward 1. And yeah, definitely want to use this as time to hear from you. I just want to say we've got some great projects in the queue. I do want to kind of share some things that are kind of new that will affect some of our work timelines. We've been struggling with some recent raids on a couple of our project sites. And so the subcontractors have really been very fearful and not coming. So
Oh, wow.
we've experienced a slowdown. It's still really new, so I don't have much to say, but please be patient with us between the hiring freeze, between some now new workforce challenges. It's things, we're not moving at the pace that we want to and that we know people want from us. So issuing that caveat, but we are committed to doing the important work we're doing. We've got a bunch of projects in the queue. And we want to continue to push as hard as we can, but just wanted to keep that in mind. Sorry, I know that's not really a great, exciting way to open it up, but that's front of mind right now. All right, so but let's dive into some questions. And if I think of other things newsworthy, sorry, I'm happy to share those too.
Okay, I appreciate that. And well, it's just the environment we're operating in now. So thank you for providing that little update and making us aware of it. I will, of course, give deference to our Transportation Committee Chair, Commissioner Holden. If you want to lead off with questions, you are certainly welcome to.
Hi, Director Kirschbaum. Matthew Holden, 1B07 in the Transportation, Parks and Public Space Subcommittee Chair for 1B. So I guess I just have a reaction to what you just said. Like, if the federal actions are like directly impacting DDOT's ability to do good work around the city and to do like a lot of the projects you're working on in our neighborhood and neighborhoods across the city are safety related. Like it's improving the roads, it's making them safer, it's making it safer for people who live in the city and visit the city and work in the city to move around. Like, are you able to share how that's impacting with impacting the city and residents and your employees and your contractors with the mayor and with the Hill? Like, I know council has been visited the Hill. Like, I think it would be useful if like some communication staff or if you have like liaisons in DDOT with the federal Department of Transportation to like really express how this is like impacting the important work of your agency and
Yeah.
all of our lives.
I mean, I don't think we're going to be doing any sort of media blasts about it for reasons you can imagine. It's a very tenuous like line that we're walking. I have shared this with our Federal Highway Division Administration. That's kind of our main liaisons with USDOT, who acknowledge it. And yes, I don't know what to say in terms of like I'm not going to be banging the drum too much, but if other people do, that makes it a little easier. But I think all of us in the administration are sensitive that we're walking a tight line right now. And so, yes, but it is not lost on us that we are trying to do these things to beautify our city, and yet, we are a little bit hamstrung.
Okay, yeah. Um,
Do
uh,
you do you have any statistics, Director, on any individuals that were in fact pulled off of a project? And my reason for asking that is that I'm very hopeful that and frankly optimistic that the answer is, despite all the rage, there was no one pulled off the project because these contractors have done an excellent job of thoroughly vetting people. And so this really is just a distraction, and that we need to stop with distractions so that we can get down to work. Um,
So, it's a good question. And what I don't know, I think there is a fear. And so I think people aren't showing up. So whether the folks that were detained a week and a half ago are still detained or released, I don't know. But what it's done is sent a message. And for a
yeah.
while, these weren't happening in Montgomery County or in Virginia. And so, like, it was just easier to not come in the absence of certainty. And it's not only folks who haven't been, there is an e-verify process that subcontractors traditionally have not been required to do work in the district. They don't have to go through that level, that threshold. So there's that. There's also been rules that have changed. So even those that were permitted, it depending on the country of origin, if they were permitted with the C11 and it's from Venezuela, like, those are no longer on the list. And that change also makes people nervous because they're not sure, well, is my country now? Is it revoked? So in the absence of certainty, you're going to opt out, right? So I think that's more of what we're dealing with, that people aren't coming. I don't think that it's because everyone is getting,
Yeah.
detained and is in, just shipped off anywhere. But, and I don't have enough, it's too soon to know. Like, what we're
Yeah.
doing internally is trying to make sure our teams are prioritizing, like, if this is going to be 2 more weeks, or is this going to be 2 more years? We don't know. And so I think we're all trying to sort of size it and scope it. And we're working with a prime who, like, we're trying to be flexible because we know that their hands are tied too in this. So anyway, I will know more, over time. And I'm hopeful this is kind of a short-term thing. But
Yeah.
anyway, I'm not answering your question because, yeah, I just don't have any
No,
real.
no, yeah, you answered, I think, as well as you could, and I think it's the same thing that we hear from a lot of our local businesses, who are saying, look, we vetted our folks, and yet they're nervous about coming in. If they have an option to work in Virginia or Maryland, they are. Our chair tonight has a few resolutions that he's put forward in light of the emergency actions that are focused on, trying to make the best of the bad situation. And Chair Trindade Taramo, I wonder if one of the things that we consider, if we find ourselves in this same position going into the next meeting, is seeking clarity, right? Because it's hard to do business of the city or business anywhere else if the rules are up in the air, indefinite, and constantly changing.
Yeah, and actually, I should have said, I did find out this week that one of the primes that we work with has a project in Virginia, and they were also had some visits, so it's actually no longer contained.
Got it.
For that's worth.
and just kind of thinking about it, so this would impact everything from like fixing potholes to repaving streets to building new infrastructure, or like what type
So
of
I'm
project?
going to differentiate. This is what the primes explained to me. So the asphalt work is actually fine. Most of the folks working on those teams are DC residents, Americans. So the paving should not be a problem. It's the concrete work. So
Okay.
sidewalks, a lot of the interventions when we're doing, protected bike lanes, when we're doing pedestrian islands, those are the teams that are struggling. So yeah, so it's a mixed bag in terms of what's going to continue on and what we're going to have to possibly, revisit.
Okay.
There's a question that was submitted in advance about the status of paved DC for the year ahead. I wonder if that seems to be implicated then, aside from what
So
else was.
yeah, so paved DC is alleys, streets, and sidewalks. So I would say sidewalks will be challenged, but alleys and streets that are typically in asphalt should actually be fine, right? So our work plan is not we don't think that's going to really slip. And just in general with paved DC, I think there was some questions. So we have posted our current year, and then we have sort of the draft, what's going to be on the plan for 26 and 27. So if you're curious about which blocks are on the list, you can take a look. The out years, it's sort of a starting point. We sometimes add, sometimes have to kind of move on the margins, but for the most part, that's what our plan looks like. And so I'm not anticipating that we're shrinking that at all. And can I make another sort of plug on the good news side of Pave DC? Because there's been a lot of talk about sort of the quality of our roadways, and we do an annual condition index assessment, so we know exactly like which ones are in excellent, good, fair, poor condition. And for the most part, we're down to like 10% or less that are in poor condition, and many of those are roadways where we know there's a utility excavation coming. We really do try to plan so we're not paving and then utilities digging it up. So we almost are like, we'll never get to zero. We're always going to have a subset that is like, has a project in the queue, and we're kind of sitting on it. And, we know it's bad when those projects get delayed and they, don't get addressed. But I think our roads are in great shape. And this is an opportunity for us to kind of direct, hey, the roads that still have potholes and are not doing great are actually usually the NPS, the National Park Service, or federal roads. So a lot of people are getting educated because we have such an unusual city where we only, I think of the 1,200, lane miles of roadway, 200 of those are not under our purview. And I think those are the really bad ones. So I think there's more attention on those, and hopefully those will get, some more, aggressive work done on them, which is, I think, a win for all of us. And we did a big push this spring. We often give utilities, we have a moratorium where if they're doing work, it's in the fall or early winter, they don't have to repave the whole thing until the weather warms up. It's not good to pave when the conditions are too, when the temperatures are low. So we tell them in November, if you've got work, don't repave until April. We did a big push this year to make sure that all those permit holders who did some excavations, we had inspectors that went out. We actually said, we're going to come back until it's done. You have until June 1st. And I think 90% of them have gotten done. And the balance that haven't, we've been finding them. We've been much more aggressive about making sure the utility cuts get treated. Because quite frankly, people see it as a pothole, but 9 times out of 10, it's a utility cut that was sort of a temporary repair that wasn't done well, and then, add snow and salt. So that was really also driving sort of the bad road conditions, but we had a really vigilant initiative this year that's been a big success, and really held the utilities accountable to filling them in. And so this spring, I don't know what your neighborhood looked like off the top of my head, but there was a lot of activity. So between that and our work, I don't think you'll notice a dip in services at all.
Okay, I appreciate that. I've actually been dealing with that in my SMD. There was some utility job, and they didn't bother resurfacing, and it's been driving everybody nuts. And I worked with Keisha a bit on this, and a fine was issued, which I was kind of impressed by, to be honest. And then I realized they were not going to repave it because lead DC is coming out.
They're coming back. DC
Lead-free
Water's going to come
replacement. DC
back.
Water's coming to do their lead replacement, right? So they're holding it for that. And I nagged them a little bit, and they moved up their project timeline for our
Right.
block just because of the pavement issue, which I thought, wow, the government worked today. So
We'll take it.
we'll
Yes.
take it. We'll take a win. Commissioner Holden, did you have anything else?
I think, well, some of the bigger projects that are on the horizon for 1B are the bus priority projects. So we have 14th Street and U Street, and I guess also Florida Avenue. And so I know when I've spoken, like I've had correspondence with some of the bus priority team earlier in the year, and a lot of it was maybe some staffing. There were delays, and I think in the designs, right, potentially, and some of that was staffing and this or that. But I think maybe plans are coming soon. Do you have any sort of update on the bus priority projects?
Sure. So, yeah, like this has been kind of a 1-2 punch with the staffing shortages and now contractor shortages. So I would say on 14th Street, we're still, in a concept development phase. And I'm hopeful that later in 2026, we'll have some alternatives to share. But that has been definitely moving a lot slower because of the staffing issues that you referenced. So, and it's complicated. It's a complicated road, but so it's coming again, but slower than we had originally hoped. And then on the U Street, that is farther along because we're in design. And I know we've been working with you and the public on getting some of those decisions made from the concept phase. The timeline, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to think off the top of, I don't know off the top of my head. Keisha, do you have a good timeline on where we are on you?
A U Street Breast Priority Project.
Yeah.
I don't have a timeline, but I can check in and follow up back with the commission.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have the project manager's name off the top of my head, but we had emailed earlier in the summer, and she was saying like a fall timeline, hopefully to be able to share updates on U Street. So I was just, hopefully we're still kind of on that timeline because it's, I understand there's a lot of projects, but it would be nice if some of them are happening sooner than later.
Yeah. Sorry, and I'm sorry that you're you know more than I do on that. But we'll.
Can I ask you? Can I zoom out just a second on the U Street project? It's something that's been on my mind a lot because we're engaging U Street business owners a lot. There's a talk of a bid formation, a lot of aspects to this, right? The street closures, there's NPD, there's, a lot of stakeholders obviously there and a lot of attention on it right now. The business owners talk about things like changing the parking patterns or widening the sidewalks because they're very narrow and there's lots of crowds and that's dangerous. I know there was a streetscape project, there's the bus priority. I think we have a sense maybe that some of these are moving independently. I don't know. Do you share that sense? And if so, what would your recommendation be in terms of just structurally how to kind of bring all those conversations at least into, make them all rhyme?
Right. And I'm sorry, and you're talking about vis-a-vis performance parking, the bus priority, wider sidewalks, are those the three
Right.
things? So we are, I mean, yes, they are kind of three different work streams, and I think it's really great that you guys are looking at it holistically. It does help bind it. And I would say on the performance parking zone, like that's definitely moving, we are now, we're still calling it a pilot. We're really just doing that so we can have a time where we do an evaluation of it before we expand it. But I think we're very optimistic. And I don't know, just in terms of, I'm sorry, I'm bouncing around, but in terms of an update on the parking on the pilot, I think you might have gotten a letter already, or you won't, if not, shortly. Okay, great. That we're going to be putting the sensors on. I think that'll be really helpful for us to understand the effectiveness of the program. I don't know how much the team has already been briefed on what that'll look like, but it's really just, again, this is not for any sort of fine or enforcement, but this time-lapse video camera will be up on streetlight and signal poles and allow us to see sort of the behavior of people, how the parking occupancy happens. And that's going to be really invaluable data for us as we try to evaluate the program.
And then are there plans to share that data with the public in some way?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to. I think we'll do an evaluation of the program, and that would include looking at the data. And so I think we will share it as a, we will share the analysis with you. We have no reason to. But I don't know, the raw data, I'm a little nervous doing that because I don't know how digestible it is. And I know people often, sorry?
Oh, just data like that. I work on a performance parking project in Arlington for the Arlington County government, and we share the data, and it's very noisy. So you kind of do need to have some parameters or explanation on what it all means. So that'll be important for communicating to the public, the what's actually happening.
Yes, I agree. And I know, yes, we have learned that, we often have been pushed, and then it's like we spend more time translating it and explaining it. And anyway, but there's nothing we're trying to do surreptitiously, but we will do an assessment, and I'm happy to share sort of what we've learned from it. So that is continuing to move. And I don't, vis-a-vis the larger sort of priority bus project, I don't think that'll slow things down. How to bind things together. Tell me what that looks like. I just want to make sure I'm answering your question.
Sure. I mean, there are a lot of stakeholders, and it's not just the parking zone, right? That we've been having conversations with the business owners about changing the parking rules on the street. Is it not safe to have cars there? Is it encouraging partying on the street? There are lots of, equities involved. People don't
Yes.
love that
Okay.
9th Street gets closed. Um, who's the personnel directing traffic? I think Commissioner Barrio is going to bring that up. We've had lighting issues. I mean, there's just a lot of equities there, like I
Sure.
said. And I think there's like a visioning exercise, maybe not to go back to the drawing board because you guys are already in design phase. I understand that with the bus priority project, but is there room to maybe press pause and say, let's talk to WMATA, let's talk to business? Is there a stakeholder engagement that we could?
Chair, can I maybe ask my question? Because I think it might get at
Yeah,
this
yeah, yeah.
in a little bit broader way. And Director Kirschbaum, first of all, thank you for being here. Matt Fay, I'm in 1B01, which is LaDroit Park. We've worked really closely with a handful of your folks. We love urban forestry, and we have a regular rotation of getting folks signed on to water trees and work with Jesse Boff. So we try really hard to partner with your group where we can. The question I've got is kind of going to touch a little bit on what our chair just raised, but also kind of we've got another set of initiatives. We have been actively engaging your client services team, and we've emailed Keisha on a number of different topics. She has been very helpful in referring us back to 311 on most of those. And the question I've got is that there are a number of initiatives that are DDOT related, DDOT heavy. The full kind of redesign of the Howard University Hospital, implications for parking, traffic flow, et cetera. The U Street redesign, a number of initiatives that are going on there. With your staffing cuts, we know that your client services team has taken a hit in terms of kind of the number of people, their ability to respond, but also, and with fairness to Keisha, a lot of these discussions really require a traffic engineer, right, to be a part of them and to be engaged. If you don't have an answer off the top of your head, maybe you can think about it and get back to us. But the question I had is, what is the best way on some of these kind of meatier, potentially thornier topics? What's the best way to engage DDOT? Because I appreciate that Keisha's in a position where she is being bombarded by, hundreds of requests on a regular basis. And then we've got these 3, 4, 5 different things where you say, gosh, we got to really get in, unpack it, study it. It requires a number of different perspectives from your team. But I think we've got a few of those and would welcome your guidance as to how to most effectively engage your team, and to get the right people at the table so that we're not, wasting people's time.
Yeah, and I'm gonna let Keisha, I saw your hand up. Keisha, if you wanted to jump in before I.
No, there were just several questions that I had when he's explaining the lighting, and I wanted to take notes of that. And then the U Street corridor, the 9th Street closures is just us working with MPD and nightlife and culture to move the flow of pedestrians and traffic at the same time. So that's why 9th Street is closed on Fridays and Saturdays nights. So just to give you feedback on that one.
Yeah, but I would say, do you not, on the U Street corridor project, especially for the priority bus effort, we have so many, like, we want to hear from you. And are you feeling like you've not had that forum? Because I'm surprised, and I want to make sure that we build it in, because we like doing outreach and engagement so we understand like some of those nuances about we know you guys know the corridor better than anyone, and so we rely very much on input from our ANCs to say, hey, there's something, we do surveys on foot too and look at all the storefronts. Like, is this like fast casual restaurant with lots of door dashers versus something where people are going to need to park for an hour because it's a veterinarian visit or whatever it is? You know, we do that, but we also want to hear from you also. So have you not had that opportunity on the bus priority project?
Yeah, I think with
Maybe,
the bus priority project, there have been some earlier rounds of engagement, but because of staffing and then the like moving to the next phase has just taken maybe longer than people were anticipating, but there just hasn't been another check-in officially in a while. But I think at least with the U Street one, like I hope to have the project manager for that team come this
Yeah.
fall to an upcoming transportation committee meeting. But it was kind of like, well, we don't have the updated plans yet, so there's nothing to present on. So it was like kind of waiting, there's just waiting for stuff like that. But I think it sounds like, based on what you're saying tonight, that hopefully the U Street, we can have that conversation sooner with the bus, at least with bus priority.
Yeah, and I think that that's probably why there's been this gap. It's not because like, oh, we're working without you and we sort of making decisions unilaterally, but more just I think things have stalled on workforce. So yeah, I'm happy to bring back to the project manager to make sure that there's a check-in this fall. I mean, I'd rather have them come when they've got something new to share.
Right.
But also like half that time should be spent listening. So even
do
if
you think
it's
we could actually move that visit a bit leftward? And I'm sensitive to what you just said, but I think it's been enough time. People can check me on this, that it would be good maybe even just to review, what was done a year ago, or, when the last round of engagement was, and see if things have changed. I mean, U Street moves pretty quickly. Concerns that are coming up now have intensified over the past year or two, right? Partying on the streets, how do we accommodate that with parking and all that kind of stuff? I guess what I am sensitive to is not allowing the project to go to the next stage of design, and then you come and present, and we say, "Oh, wait a minute, how come we're not talking about sidewalk widening?" Which obviously is a dramatic step that would change a lot of your parameters.
correct. And I'm going to tell you that for this bus priority project, the sidewalk widening is not in the scope of it, other than at the bus bulb outs, for
Right,
to try to construct those.
right.
The original U Street project was actually, I don't know if you remember that the council member kind of moved the project from one team to another.
Right.
And so the project team that was going to do this originally, our infrastructure project management, sort of they do the large scale corridor projects. They take a long time because they are literally like remaking the roadway, and they would have been widening sidewalks that involve storm drain. I mean, anyway, it's far more expensive, takes longer. And I think the council member said, let's move it to this multimodal, this team that does things that are sort of quicker projects, faster, but they're not usually as, expansive with things like sidewalk widening. So right now, the money was moved and cut back significantly and moved to this other team. So they will do the the corridor project and the bike project will be done by the same team, and will not include sidewalk extensions. So, and if you guys already all know this, sorry, but I just want to make sure we're sort of clear.
We don't know that. That's really helpful.
Okay.
And I think it starts to help answer some questions because we also have a proposal from the council member's office, and I'm sure there's someone in the audience from her office, that talks about streetscape, which does mention sidewalk widening and things
Right.
like that. And so we're trying to put the different pieces together.
Well,
I
and
think, go ahead.
the original streetscape project was from 14th to 18th on U Street. So like the western side of U Street there was money kind of earmarked for that. And then some of that's been kind of moved around, but there was that streetscape project that has been talked about from 14th to 18th. It kind of has been just like floating in the wind.
That was one, right. And I think it was stale. I think we need to do a reboot. But I do think that it's been scoped now for bus priority safety. It'll move fast. We don't have a budget to do anything more expansive than that. And I'll tell you, these days, that's kind of our new, like we're doing, bus prayer, we do multimodal, we do safety, and some of the things that, in a different world, we can go back to doing sort of livability studies and what do people want to, like that would be great, but we just have too many things that are going to be prioritized over that. So those have really been scaled back almost eliminated in terms of what's on our project list. We have some, we're doing Pennsylvania Avenue West, these little legacy projects that are in the queue, but really across the city, it's high injury network, it's the safety interventions, and bus and bike, and things like corridor ones have just really had to shrink. I'm hopeful someday we'll get back to those. But
And thank you for that. Commissioner Barrio, I think your
I'm
question
sorry.
dovetails, I anticipate.
Yes, you've had your hand up for a long time.
No, no worries. Thank you for all your answers. And I was actually just out in the Bay Area, and the roads are so much better here. So
Thank you. Tell the
Yeah.
president.
Yeah, we don't know how good we have it in terms of paving. My question was more about an idea I've had that I would really like to work with DDOT on. As we've been talking about, there are a lot of issues on Ninth Street and on U Street, especially during big nights out. Um, and one of the things that I think could be really helpful is it's great that DDOT has personnel out there helping with the street closures, that are standing out there and that are present. It's actually, I feel like I see more DDOT folks than MPD sometimes in terms of their faces and interacting with people, which I think we really appreciate. I think the next step of that could be to help with traffic control. There are, for example, during Pride, the police were doing some sort of traffic control, but I think it's really needed on some of those big nights out. It gets extremely chaotic. There are cars and people going everywhere, and I think it leads to dangerous situations, as well as contributes to the overall sense of disorder and that the city really just doesn't have a handle on what is going on those nights. And so I was curious if you could speak to, what role DDOT could play there and how we can activate the personnel that are out there to help keep pedestrians safe and cyclists and drivers and everybody that's out there.
Yeah. What do you see them doing now?
I see them standing next to their cars,
Okay.
and sort of just looking on. I don't see them sort of in the sidewalk or protecting pedestrians when cars are, very aggressively trying to make right or left turns and things like that. Where someone who's actually out there and saying, like, wait, don't worry, I'm going to stop that. And you know, to the other side of the transportation, landscape's credit, sometimes pedestrians will just walk in front of cars, and so then the cars can never move, and then there's honking, and then there's road rage. So, it's just sort of like I think that's
Mhm.
we want to see intervention there.
Yeah. Okay. No, this is really good feedback.
Yeah.
I'll bring it back. The intent of traffic control officers is
Hmm.
to actually like direct the
Hmm.
traffic and, help with traffic calming, help with pedestrians. So, yeah, they should not be standing by their cars observing. And I mean, you were very generous when you started to say it's great having people in a uniform that gives them like vibe of an extra set of, safety, whatever. But no, that's not what they're intended to do. So, let
Hmm.
me take that back to the team because I know we have a nightlife task force. We
Yep.
very active members and are on U Street, but that the intent is to help with traffic calming and helping to direct. So
Yeah.
I'll get
No, I
them
really
back.
appreciate that because I think it just would be really helpful when people are crossing the street for them to be actually out there and making sure that they have the space and that, yeah, I mean, and sometimes, I don't know, I'm not an expert, but sometimes they need the whistle, sometimes they don't, like, but just, yeah, I think it could be really, really helpful to have them active
Okay.
out there.
No, that's really good feedback. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. We'll go to Frank, who's had his hand up so patiently. If we can enable him, please. Go ahead, Frank.
Good evening, Director Kirschbaum. Quick question on a topic that I believe you're aware of. It has to do with noise cameras and their installation around the country, New York, and the successes there. I understand you've been involved in some conversations and your department over the last several years. And I know that folks throughout the city, it can't be just U Street that's having the problem where we have jacked up cars, mufflers that wake people up. This is a health hazard, and it's a ubiquitous issue throughout the city. Can you just let me know where your thinking is personally, and where you are with your department on further reviewing and potentially installing a pilot program for cameras, which are really needed and have shown success in this country, in New York, particularly.
Yes. So Mr. Chauvin, and I feel like we've had some exchanges, and so I'm going to just say this first and foremost, that when I look at my sort of priorities and mission, that traffic safety is the priority, and this is a huge nuisance, and I don't want to minimize how incredibly like, you know, disruptive, harmful, the excessive noise is for people. But for me, when I need to focus on my priority of traffic safety, this is not on my list of priorities. I think when, there's a perception like, hey, you have a camera program already, folding in another type of camera, it shouldn't be a big lift. The camera program is incredibly expensive. It does provide the behavior change that we want, the safety cameras, the speed, red light, stop sign, those cameras. But we invest so much money in it, and it yields money that covers those costs. It would be a very expensive undertaking for the noise cameras. I don't believe the other cities have been able to cover those costs because there aren't that many tickets written. And, I am, have had some folks on my team do some research, and while there are, New York City, you mentioned, we've looked at some materials about sort of how the program's running. I don't know if it's actually had the drop. So they can talk about infractions or summons, I guess. But is the dial turning? Like, we want to wait and see, are we actually getting an impact for it? We know it's going to be expensive and it's not going to have its cost covered, but are people not, are they not making the changes to their vehicles that they were for the noise, like, because of this? Because what I worry about, we have a large percentage of our safety cameras that are picking up unregistered vehicles, and there's very little we can do. If this is going to be picking up on the unregistered vehicles or stolen vehicles, or, like, those folks are not going to be compliant when they get a ticket. They probably will never see the ticket because, they don't get to the right place. So there's still a lot of unknowns about the effectiveness of it. Again, I do want my team to continue to pay attention and learn from the other cities, but it is not something that I'm leaning in hard for the reasons I said. And the only thing I want to make sure, because people have asked, like, what should we do? And I get it. Like, I know, like, we need to do something. And I'm not an expert to say this is the right, path to take. I would want to make sure that there is legislation in place that will make enforcement effective. So I don't even know if there is is it a $50 fine? Is there even a fine system? Like, I don't know if that's even been established. So I think that would be sort of a first step too, to make sure that, to have some teeth and some meaningful penalty. I'm going to answer, it's not what you want to hear. I'm happy to keep my finger in it. And if we get really good demonstrable outcomes, if DMV wants to partner on this too, this is a lot bigger than us. This is about vehicles. I really focus on the actual transportation infrastructure and roadways, anyway, and it's not safety. So it's in there, I'm in the mix, but right now we don't have bandwidth, and it's not high on the list.
Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Appreciate it. I've been following that bill eagerly myself. And let me throw one quick one at you before we go. We've kept you for 15 minutes more than we had anticipated. Uh-oh. Things are freezing. Is it me? Is it somebody else?
I think it's you, because everyone else is moving for me. Okay.
Yeah, but you were frozen for me for a minute. All right.
You're back.
Final thing, our transportation committee did a wonderful job on a resolution, I think last month, advocating for bike-friendly speed humps. And I wanted
That
to
was the
see
other
if
thing
it
I was
had.
going to mention. Thank you for
Yeah.
Miguel.
Okay.
I
Well,
literally
Commissioner
had that on my
Barrios
list.
started the ball rolling many moons ago, and we finally got it together to write it. And I'm sure you're aware that other cities have those little channels through speed humps, which makes it so much more pleasant to bike
Yeah.
around. So, is it something that we could work into the next edition of the design and engineering manual, or how does that go?
So we were excited and enthusiastic about looking into it as well. And, unfortunately, the learning from Portland and some other cities that have done it have actually been pretty mixed. And a couple of things that we've heard from them. So, if the channels are too narrow, so we don't want to make it enticing for the vehicles to kind of move their cars to fit in. It actually has often had created problems that the pedal height and the hump have often sort of struck each other, and the cyclists have actually gotten hurt. And so they've noted that if they're too narrow, especially for sort of newer bike users, people have had issues with it. They've accumulated some debris, which make it sort of dangerous and slippery. And they've often sort of lost control because of other leaves or whatever else in there. And we know that the EMS fire, there's some cutouts that have also been explored, that are wider so that emergency vehicles can get through more quickly. And those also have some issues while they're wider. So for bikes, it would work well. It provides a pretty bad incentive because a lot of drivers will kind of try to maneuver to get through. And that those have also caused sort of wheel and axle damage to the fire, the EMS and the buses. So anyway, we are not sold on it. We get the benefits. I think that we're going to continue to try to figure out how to solve the problem, but the channels are not the panacea. And so we're going to look. We do think that speed cushions are a good way to do this. Oh, actually, no, I think that's been another one that we've had some concerns about, but we've got some in play now. I'm continuing to watch, but we're not sold yet. So we're trying to do a lot of piloting. So we're tracking this closely, but right now I don't think we have a good answer in terms of what the right tool is.
Just to
All right.
piggyback off that really quick,
Oh, please, final one.
I appreciate that answer. I think it would definitely be worth, experimenting with in terms of trying it out, seeing how it goes. It depends on different places and other factors. I think there's also, there's certain stretches of road where there are three speed bumps in a row and they were poorly constructed. There's large like bites to them, and it makes those sort of key corridors. A lot of us have been thinking of our street, northeast, where there's three in a row. Every biker knows it. It's uphill. It's like not the biggest thing in the world, but it is, a problem, especially when there's cars behind you and then suddenly you're slowing down at the speed bump. It just becomes a problem. So I think it's both looking into the experimenting with the cutouts, which I think is worth still looking into, but also, thinking, okay, if we put three speed bumps in a row here, how does that impact everybody who uses the road? Like maybe it's helpful for slowing the cars down, but do we really need three? And how can we construct them in the smoothest possible way? Because I've seen ones that are very smooth, the ascent and the descent, which are, much more comfortable to ride. And that seems like that could be potentially much easier to work into the design manual.
Yes, speed tables, speed humps,
Mhm.
speed cushions, they all have some
Yeah.
pros and cons.
Mhm.
Agreed. We're not done. Like we
Mhm.
want to find something that works and
Totally, totally.
has the impact that, for traffic calming.
Mhm.
So, stay tuned. But I wanted to share that we did look into it. There's also, honestly, it helps with drainage. Like there's other reasons why this would be helpful. So I've been sort of pushing it on other places where the slope is too steep for a speed hump, and having some cutouts can help with that. But we're not sold yet, but we haven't given up.
I'll also just say that, since Capital Bike Shares ridership numbers are like stratospheric now, those bikes are not well equipped for any kind of
Mhm.
shock absorption, and so it kind of
You can hear them
applies to.
coming. Boop, boop. Yeah,
Yeah,
Right, I know.
definitely. It's got to cause wear and tear on them for sure.
yeah.
Sure. We have to move on, but Commissioner Kenzik, if you
Okay.
want to sneak in a
Okay.
5-second question.
It's less than that. I'd really, Director, I appreciate you being on the call. I have to tell you that there's been the last month and a half, I've reached out to our representative for DDOT and have gotten zero response after multiple emails. So I kindly ask who I know is the same person, because I verified with all the other commissioners who our lead is, that they respond to emails and calls. That would be very helpful, especially when our constituents are asking us things for DDOT just to get a response back. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much,
Yep.
Director, for the visit. Thank you, Keisha, for coming
Thanks for
along.
the invite,
Nice
Chair.
working with
All
you
right.
guys.
Thanks,
All right.
Sharon.
Have a good night. Bye all.
Oh, all righty. We'll move into the formal meeting. If the secretary will please call the roll.
Commissioner Barrio.
Present.
Thank you. Commissioner Sycamore, I know, is unable to attend tonight. Commissioner Lemon Strauss.
Present.
Commissioner Kensick.
Present.
Chair Trindade Duramo.
I am present.
Commissioner Holden.
Here.
Vice Chair Harris. I see her hand up. Thank you for that. Commissioner Hanrahan.
Here.
And Commissioner Fay is here. With 8 of 9 in attendance, we have quorum.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening to everybody. Thank you for the role. You're so demure, putting yourself last. It's very polite of you. Just wanted to start out by acknowledging that this is the first meeting we're having since federalization. There's just an absolute ton going on right now. Our agenda packet is quite full, in part in response to that. Our neighbors are going through a lot. There's a good deal of stress and worry and fear in the community. So I'm happy everybody's here tonight, at least to make some time to come together as a community and I hope it's okay to say solve some problems that we can control. I mean, we have more power than we think, but I think it's especially important that we make sure that the district government keeps functioning well for its constituents, and this little corner of the government that we control here needs to do its job as well as possible. I don't know if my constituents are in the audience. I have to apologize to some of them. I've been slow on their emails. It has been a ton of coordination to respond to NPD things, to federal agents things, to just an intense amount. But thank you all for sending emails. Thank you for your lovely responses to our newsletter that went out last week. If you haven't seen it yet, I encourage people to go back in your email and find it. We did do, I think, a pretty nice job of finding some resources. We reposted some materials from the council member's office, some Know Your Rights materials, some basic immigrants' rights materials, links to a lot of organizations. If you have neighbors who could use those resources, please pass them along. Definitely a shout out to Karen Lee on our staff for compiling some resources specifically to do with young people. A lot of emphasis on making sure that the Kids Ride Free cards are updated so that young people don't feel any need to jump a fare gate in the metro station, for example, while they're like under an intense amount of surveillance down there. So again, please take a look at that newsletter if you have questions. 1b@anc.dc.gov. Always here for you. We have a great team, and I hope we deliver as well as we possibly can for everyone. That being said, let's go through the consent agenda really quickly. There are no ADCR matters there. It is just the meeting agenda for this minute and the meeting minutes from August 7th. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you. I'll count myself as seconding it. Are there any objections to that? All those in favor, please
Aye.
put your hands up. Or, yeah, put your hands up. All right. All those opposed? And the motion carries unanimously. The consent agenda is approved. Thank you very much. Into committee reports. VPD. We do have Christian Brandt. He's back. Thank goodness. Thank you for being here. Take it away.
Hi, commissioners. So our ZPD committee met, I don't remember the date off the top of my head, so I'm going to skip that. But we met in August. It was great. We talked about two things on the agenda. One was a case for 1300. I'm having a brain fart.
W Street.
Thank you. 1300 W Street. That is on the agenda for later, so I'll skip over that. But we did also have Commissioner Barrio present about a resolution that he has written regarding the comprehensive plan, and I won't go into super detail about all of the stuff that's in it because it's quite meaty. But we're looking forward to having him back at our next ZPD meeting to discuss the resolution and officially vote on it. And also there have been some updates regarding DOB. and the 1113 V Street building collapse. Those I'm going to add to the official meeting agenda and minutes for our next committee meeting so that we can discuss them with the committee. But you all know that we invited DOB to come to this meeting. They declined, which is unfortunate. However, they did provide answers to the questions that we weren't able to get to at our last ZPD meeting, or at the July ZPD meeting, excuse me, which they came to. And those have been supplemented by a narrative of their comments that they provided at that same meeting. That narrative I received last week while I was away. So I've compiled them both into a document, and that will be added to our agenda and posted on our, and hopefully posted on our on the ZPD webpage. There's not a lot new to add really about either of those things, but just know that we did get the things, some of the things that we asked for from them, and I do think that it provides some helpful information and answers. And so I think that is a positive step forward. Still unfortunate they have opted not to come to a future ZPD meeting, or at least they opted not to come to this one. Or sorry, commission meeting. They opted not to come to this one. It's not clear to me whether or not they're interested in coming to a future ANC commission meeting, but that has been extended to them. So that is the update.
A quick administrative note on that. I mean, we try to schedule our guest speakers pretty early, so if ZPD wants to recommend whether we should try to invite them again, let me know. If we think there are, I mean, if we think there's enough to go through, with them, in addition to the narrative and the
Yeah,
stuff they provided in writing, and they still are unwilling, and that's maybe kind of a time we would reach out to the council member's office and, sort of escalate it. Or if you think, they're corresponding in writing and that's sufficient for you for now, then, we'll leave it there, I guess.
I'll discuss with the committee on when we meet this month, because I think their answers are pretty sufficient, generally speaking. So it might not be necessary for them to come to another meeting.
Okay. Thank you for this. You've been it was your baptism by fire, I think, was this thing. And I mean, obviously it's worth it. There's still a lot of loose ends there and answers to be had. So thank you for that. ABCR, unless there are any questions for ZPD. ABCR, Commissioner Hammerhand.
ABCR, when are we ever not talking about ABCR? There are a couple of protests that are current. We actually just came back from a meet walkthrough with a restaurant owner for Appio that we voted to protest, and we're working with the community and some residents to try and look at the garbage situation that's happening behind them. They share the space with a couple of their neighbors. It seems like perhaps they are other neighbors are really misbehaving and they aren't the one, but we are trying to work with them, and it's kind of nice to come together with Alex Smith, our committee member, and Francois, our commissioner for the area, and myself and the owner. So I think feels productive. We're looking to other situations for 9th Street. There's always something going on there. And I think we also discussed kind of more long-term, looking at some resolutions for potentially discussing statements against or on that's not supportive for hours extending until 6 a.m. in the morning for bars, restaurants, and taverns in the ANC 1B area. This is something that keeps kind of coming up, and it doesn't seem like there's any real restriction against it. So I think it's time to look to drafting and submitting a resolution that's kind of supports ANC's wish to not have bars be open until 6 a.m. And then we're still prepping for some tavern license renewals that are going to come this fall. It's going to be exciting. I think we're prepared. I think we're getting a better, I think we're prepared. We're ready for it. Calm before the storm. looking forward. Yeah. And then
And
come Christmas, we're gonna have a big U Street bar crawl. We're gonna hit every tavern, every nightclub. We're gonna be just covered in hookah smoke.
you should,
They won't let us
Yeah,
in.
that's gonna be it. Yeah,
hilarious.
thanks.
You should talk to the Community Engagement Committee because they are scheming up just such a thing. Cool. Thank you for that very much. Look forward to hearing more about the resolution with interest. I am not aware of the committee having done a policy resolution like that in the past, so I'm eager to see how that turns out. The Committee on Community Engagement is me. Um, Quick couple of hits here. We are, as I mentioned last month, sponsoring the U Street Art All Night. We receive a table in exchange for that. We will be staffing it, not all the way into the night, but for a few hours to reach out to constituents just with some literature and saying hi and talking with folks about local issues, usual kind of tabling thing. Um, I think it'll be amazing. The lineup that I've already seen for Art All Night is really fun. Lots of local businesses are involved, lots of people we know. So if you are interested in popping up at the table with us, commissioners, we're going to talk about covering it in a couple of shifts, but certainly our committee members, our engaged community members on the call, if you'd like to come by for half an hour and help us engage with constituents, we'd love to have you. That's September 13th. Off the top of my head, I don't remember when the event itself starts. I want to say 7 p.m. We'll put out some information in our next newsletter, so please look out for that. The committee has also been engaging in the potential for reestablishing a farmers market in the 1B area, an ongoing project. Not much to report there, but we are reaching out to Farm Fresh and potential venues to see if we can get one for next season. And that's exciting. The commission voted last month to sponsor Global Community Day, a celebration of international service. This is the event in Malcolm X Park, which is recognition and gratitude for our many neighbors who have lost their careers in the humanitarian development, democracy, peace building space. That's coming up also on September 13th, 3 p.m. In the park. It's going to be really cool, I have to say. I've been intimately involved in planning it. We have a really amazing local DJ duo playing, some guest speakers who are formerly high up in the affected agencies. There's a storytelling component. There's a podcast host who's coming to facilitate. I think it's going to be quite cool. So please try to come by if you can. And final item that bubbled up from committee is a call to action. Please support your local businesses in this trying time. I think we've all seen in the press, especially food and beverage industry on on and around U Street took a hit after August 11th. A lot of people were sort of afraid, hesitant to go out for a few days. There were unfortunate visuals of like lots of uniforms on the street, and operators were reporting to us 30%, 50%, 70%. I heard from one operator week on week losses. Some of them were calling their banks to ask for emergency loans. I mean, food and beverage is never like the most secure industry, and that was a big blow. Um, leading up to a holiday weekend when they, could have been doing better. So all that to say, please patronize a local business. But there are plenty that are deserving of our attention. Bars, restaurants, and not just that, of course. Nail salons, shop local, please. Now and always. That's it for the Committee on Community Engagement. The Economic Development is next.
I just
Mr.
wanted to
Fay.
note that you did that with 1 second remaining. I was waiting for the symphony to play.
Yikes.
All right, Committee for Economic Development. Two big items that we discussed in the month of August. We had a presentation by some of the folks who have been instrumental in organizing the bid effort for Greater U Street. The commissioners may remember that several months, or if not several, but a couple of months ago, we passed a resolution supporting a place management entity of some sort that would run along the U Street corridor. So an east-west orientation versus a north-south orientation. The bid boundaries have now been set. They follow that east-west orientation. They run essentially along Florida Avenue, U Street from roughly 6th Street to about 16th Street. There is an expectation that once 1617 U is developed, the bid boundaries could extend across U Street, but right now there's not sufficient tax base to support that. As most bids do, this follows primarily the line of commercial establishments and multifamily. So it kind of zigzags a little bit to pick up all of the business community. It goes north and south a bit on 14th Street. It goes north and south a bit on 9th Street. And my understanding is that there may be a couple of minor tweaks, but that map is largely at this point set. We hosted those same bid organizers and a number of the small businesses as a part of our August business roundtable meeting so that the business owners could get a kind of a candid conversation and a preview of what the bid looks like. The questions that they were raising are, I think, very appropriate questions of cost benefit. Bids, as many of you know, are funded through additional taxes, property taxes. It provides a very stable, very steady source of revenue for a bid so that they're able to provide their services, but it also does create an additional cost to the business owners. And so, good discussion and more questions and answers to come. The bid folks need to be focusing, and I'm working with them to get an update, but they need to be focusing on signature collection right now. They cannot submit their application for the bid to council until October 15th. That leaves them about a month and a half right now to be able to submit that application, although they can submit it, after October 15th. And I plan to be back to this group with a resolution in support of the bid after we get additional information, additional feedback from the business community, and have them come and do a brief presentation to this group. The other topic of discussion was around 1617 U Street, the DC-owned property that is currently occupied by MPD 3rd District and Firehouse Number 9. There's a resolution that we'll be presenting tonight and look forward to that discussion in new business.
Thank you very much. Committee on Public Safety is next. Commissioner Berrien.
Thanks, Miguel. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's been a lot going on with public safety right now. I think we're going to have a lot of those discussions later in the evening. So I'll leave the discussion of, the sort of federal takeover and the federal partners that are being deployed to DC to those resolutions. I believe that are going to be brought up later. But this is something that, the Public Safety Committee is discussing, that we're concerned about, that we're hearing concerns from the community. We're hearing about a loss of trust, especially, with MPD and the federal partners, because there is just a lot of fear right now. In terms of crime, thankfully crime is down this month. We've seen a decline from 137 total crimes last month to 85 this month. There were no homicides in the past month, which is also great news. The committee is also discussing, we're still thinking about the curfew and how to engage youth more. And there was discussion apparently from the mayor of trying to reactivate late night hype, which I am trying to learn more about and what it was in the past. But I think we would support something like that happening at our recreation centers in the area. Currently, Banneker, we heard from Chris Dyer from DPR, Banneker is not serving youth indoors. It sounds like the indoor space of Banneker is being used for adult classes, and there is no sort of late night hype like event that is happening at Banneker at all right now. So I think, we want to advocate for hopefully trying to utilize that space more to engage youth. So those are my updates.
Thank you very much. So speedy. Finally, the Committee on Transportation, Mr. Holden.
We just had the director here. Everything is covered. We had a meeting on 13th of August. No resolutions from that meeting, but at the next meeting, we might have a lot of resolutions. We had a discussion with Steve Coleman from Washington Parks and People, just kind of like about the work that they do at Meridian Hill Malcolm X Park, but also at parks around the city, and kind of like brainstormed ways the committee could help their work and just also like champion parks in the neighborhood. I think there's a desire from some members to like think about how we can use DPR spaces more effectively. So that will be ongoing. We talked some about the 11th Street bike lane. We're drafting a resolution. The notice of intent has not come out yet, but we're planning on discussing a resolution next week. So maybe at the October meeting, we'll have a resolution to vote on, regardless of a notice of intent or not, just to kind of get the ANC's position out there earlier, if possible. And then we also talked about the kind of like side yard of Cardoza High School, and a potential partnership between the school, the ANC, and DPR on how to kind of like turn that more into a accessible park space for students in the neighborhood. So that could be an exciting project that the ANC and the committee works on in the coming months. For next week's transportation meeting, we have a couple items that could be interesting. One is the aforementioned 11th Street bike lane resolution, and then we'll be considering two other resolutions. One on as the streetery program, as we have known it since COVID, winds down and the new streetery program winds up, and people have to be in compliance with the new standards. Encouraging DDOT and DPW to remove non-compliant and abandoned streeteries so they don't become a nuisance, or any more of a nuisance than maybe some of them have been. So that'll be one. And then also a resolution to ensure equitable access to reserved disability parking for multifamily housing residents. People in single family homes have a much easier time of requesting on-street disabled parking spaces, and the program's not really available to people who live in multifamily housing. So this resolution that we're going to discuss next week would be an effort to kind of like expand that program to people who don't live in row houses or detached single family houses. So yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you very much. Oh,
and also kind of in a weird combination or just timing, Keisha Anderson, the DDOT liaison, will be in attendance at next week's meeting. We've had some questions from different things, and just kind of having a more involved conversation with her and trying to get her more familiar with us and us more familiar with her as our liaison. So that could be an opportunity for more other types of questions for next week. So if you think of anything, let me know, because I want to send her a list.
Hopefully
you.
she'll respond to you.
Well,
Thank
I
you,
think she confirmed she's coming.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, everyone. Just gonna take a moment to heap praise on all the committee chairs. I really appreciate the amount of work you guys are doing. It's often intense. I'm looking at Commissioner Fay. It has been so much engagement on the bid with all the business owners, gone above and beyond, well outside your remit to make sure that lots of voices are being heard in that conversation. I appreciate it. You've done the same thing with 1617, many, many hours back and forth. We sent that resolution back down last month. We're considering it again today. More rounds of edits. I know how much time that takes on your part, so I really appreciate it. And I also want to embarrass Christian Brandt because he was not here last month for me to embarrass him in person. So I'll do it now. We had such a beautiful email about his work conducting the ZPD meeting that the DOB attended about the building collapse, the fatal building collapse, a sensitive matter, lots of bureaucracy involved, lots of sensitivities about whose fault is what and all of that. And he navigated it very beautifully, continues to. Such a lovely email calling out the excellent meeting of your zoning committee from a community member. So thank you guys so much for high level of professionalism going on here. And next, we're going to the office of the council member, if we could, please. And in a rare fault of professionalism, we have written David Many, but we do have Nicole Rivero here with us today. Nice to see you. Take it away.
I'm back as your regularly scheduled programming from now on. All right, a couple quick updates from me. So of course, the federal interference in DC matters is top of mind and top of all conversations right now. This is a really difficult time, really the worst for home rule that we've ever seen. This attempt to take control of MPD forced DC agencies to participate in activities not allowed by DC laws in the presence of the National Guard. Councilmember Nadeau, as most of our community is very angry at the misrepresentations about the district, disheartened by the impact of federal actions on immigrants, our unhoused neighbors, and really daily life for all of us right now. We are asking residents, when you witness any of these incidents, you can report it to the Office of the Attorney General and to the Office of Police Complaints. We held a town hall with Ward 1 neighbors in mid-August. We do have a video recording of that and all of the resources for immigrants on Know Your Rights information and more is all available to view and download on our website. If you missed that event, you'll find it in our newsfeed and also under resources. And we have a lot more there for all of our neighbors who are dealing with kind of increased enforcement right now. So please take a look at that and share if it's of interest to any of your neighbors as well. A quick note about the mayor's recent statements kind of welcoming this federal intervention. The council member is very unhappy about this. Unhappy is not really a strong enough word. Does not agree with it and has said so in several statements. She said that the mayor's latest executive order on September 2nd really turns its back on immigrants, on the unhoused, on workers, on low-income and minority residents, and on all of us who really cherish the city and are proud to call it home. And really noted that it stands in strong contrast to the way that residents, especially in Ward 1, have acted really boldly and creatively to protect one another from intimidation, from profiling, from detainment, and protest these actions. And, you know, really standing up to say that residents of the district will not tolerate this and do not want it in our communities. So we're continuing to closely monitor and use the tools at our disposal. And so please don't hesitate to reach out to us if you have any questions about anything that's going on federally. And then real quick with my last 30 seconds, we return from recess on September 16th, very soon. Our first legislative meeting will be September 17th. Several big things that I'm happy to answer questions about. RFK, the new contract for MPD that the mayor announced this week, and the Mayor's Rental Act / TOPA legislation. We expect all those to be on the agenda. So if anyone has questions about any of those, happy to answer them. And I am staying in my time. So I'll stop there.
Questions? Go ahead, Commissioner Harris.
Sorry that I'm camera off. I'm not feeling well. I did have a question. I was talking with a neighbor about this, and she mentioned that she cannot get a COVID booster in DC, and that's frankly like I might have COVID right now, and that is really concerning. Is there anything being done about that? Because we're about to hit flu season. I know COVID is picking up. Like what can be done? This is, I mean, it's scary that those of us who want vaccines, which I think is majority of DC residents, cannot get vaccines. We don't have that choice.
Yeah, I've seen that several states are talking about putting out their own guidance in contradiction to the CDC's guidance about who can get a COVID vaccine. I don't have any info on that tonight, but I will look into it. I'll reach out to some folks and try to get you guys some more information about that.
And Commissioner Harris, I had gotten an email the other day that CVS was offering them out of state. I will send you that email. And if it's vetted, maybe Chair, we can send that out in the newsletter because I think that's an excellent question and of course a concern.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would be super helpful. I've heard that you can't get it in Virginia, but you can get it in Maryland. But yeah, you can't get it in DC, which is terrible for those of us who live in DC.
Thanks for raising that, Commissioner. I'll come back to you guys with more info.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kensick.
A great point, Vice Chair. I went and got my flu shot the other day, and CVS didn't have COVID shots, so I thought that was pretty interesting. Quick question, Nicole. Has Councilmember Nadeau looked back at her history in the last 9 to 11 years, whatever it's been now, about when she had talked about defunding the police and how those matters then can fundamentally make things like this currently happen with the current administration and having less officers on the street at times that we probably needed them, but I know it was the hip thing and cool thing to say, defund the police, defund the police. And she went on record many times bragging about it. And I question now if she has any regard as to some of the judgments that she's put in the past, and if she would like to take some of those back.
So, I mean, DC didn't defund the police. I mean, in 2020, some funds were repurposed into victim services. The council has funded MPD at the level the mayor has requested every year. And currently the current MPD staffing levels are not a funding issue. We have a retirement bubble and several other matters that are resulting in this. So this is not for lack of funds that MPD doesn't have the level of officers that the chief would like. This is a trend we've seen across the country with MPD, with police generally hiring and recruitment. This is not unique to DC. And MPD was not defunded. So, I don't see the direct kind of corollary, because that action has been taken.
Let me make it a little more direct for you then. She was quoted in saying that defund the police, and at the time there was about 3,800 officers, 37 and just a little under 38. And with her watch, it went down to about 34. So I don't know where the 400 or 500 officers went. Maybe that went to the other department you're speaking of. I'm sorry.
A large part of that was a retirement.
I don't interrupt you. Don't interrupt me, please. So the point is that there was a defunding of the police. You don't reduce a 20-15% of the police and say, oh, we didn't defund the police. That would be a lie.
There was
and
not
frankly,
a funding
there.
change to MPD. It's not correct. You can go check.
Okay.
There was a big part of that is a retirement bubble. So a lot of officers retired all at once. That's not the only reason, but that is a big part of it. And MPD was not defunded despite the number of officers. There is enough money for them to hire.
Are you done interrupting me now? Could I finish, or are we still? Are you? So let's try to keep a professional relationship here, Miss Nicole. Yeah, again, just the numbers show it. I think that's it's a blatant lie what you're saying right now, and I think that people actually do look it up and look at some of the old Twitters or whatever you want to call it that she had. I mean, it's in black and white. It's very clear as day that Ray Charles could see it. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Nicole, can I ask, and that just a follow up there to kind of clarify the fact that we've heard the mayor's office talking about the 200 million, 250 million necessary to hire back X number of officers. Is your read that extra funding, like a separate appropriation, is not required? There is existing funding for that, or what's that figure about?
So that I'm not sure, but the council has funded MPD at the level requested by the mayor every year. So if she's looking for additional funding, like, we can have that conversation. I don't have any more info on the 200 million number, but we have funded it at her requested levels.
Okay. Let me ask you, I was walking home from dinner a couple nights ago and saw a homeless woman being arrested for what turned out to be an open container violation. And it was not violent, or anything, but it was disturbing, and neighbors were like out on the street screaming. And I think a lot of that was because of the sheer number of officers who were involved. And there were a lot of feds there, which was insane because like the IRS criminal investigation officers were there. And I did not know they even had a uniformed service like that. And this woman was not possibly violating tax laws. I mean, but it was MPD as well. They sent quite a number of officers. Is your thinking that, and I want to not speak about them like if they're not in the room. Commander Connors is here. We're going to do a little Q&A with him as well, and he's been a great partner to us. But I wonder how, legislatively and in terms of like MPD policy, how you're thinking about the way that officers are being surged. It seems to me anecdotally, not just in that incident, but even for, more routine types of policing, there's just a large number of cruisers showing up. Like maybe there's a felt need to just show a lot of force even when the feds aren't present. How do you think about that when you're looking at like collecting anecdotes and videos and things like your office is doing?
Yeah, and that's really why we're asking folks to report what they're seeing. We're seeing a lot of things being shared on social media. We're monitoring what's on social media as well as what people are sharing with us directly. I can't speak for MPD and why they might be sending all of these officers for what formerly was not really something we were arresting for, like open containers, or having such a, what I think many see as an outsized response to the incident. But that is that is something we're certainly monitoring to be able to follow up with MP on, and other partners on like what is the rationale and what is the thinking behind how those choices are being made. Because, is that the best use of resources? I don't know, but that's the kind of conversations we want to have going forward as we gather information about what's
Yeah.
on the ground.
Are there hearings planned now that council's coming back into session in like oversight capacity out of
Um,
the cycle?
Nothing that's been announced yet, but I can imagine that there are quite a few questions that would make for good and very informative hearings. So nothing definitive yet, but happy to share as soon as if and when there is anything scheduled.
Please do. Any other questions? And while I'm waiting for any hands to pop up, I'll just share what Christian put in the little internal chat here. Sorry. He said, FYI, I was able to schedule a COVID booster today at the DuPont CVS, but now you're required to have a prescription from your doctor. I also confirmed multiple times that it was the new booster. Thank you for sharing that for everyone's awareness. If nothing else for the council member's office, let's slide over to Mokers. I believe we have Anthony and Stephanie. Is that true?
Good morning. Good evening. How y'all doing? It's,
How you doing?
thank you. I wanted to thank everybody, commissioners, for all that you do, and thank you, commissioners, for everybody that reached out in the last couple of days. I do want to address the mayor's order on the 2nd. So the mayor issued the order on September 2nd. The mayor's orders created a safe and beautiful emergency operations center. So from that order that the mayor issued on Tuesday, there was a meeting that formed from that order the next day. Just to touch on the elephant in the room about what was in the social media. We had a meeting at the Mount Pleasant Library, and the meeting was scheduled for an intimate meeting. And when I got there, it was a lot more than what was actually scheduled to do as far as time wise, just in general. But I would like to talk to some of the points that was being that meeting was created about. And one of the first things was the mayor's order does not welcome the federal surge. And that was one of the misconceptions of the order that she put out on the 2nd. The mayor's order does not extend the Trump emergency. In fact, it does the exact opposite. What it does, it lays out a framework for how we can exit the president's emergency. The president's emergency ends September the 10th, and the only way it can be extended legally is by Congress. I wanted to be able to to just clear that up and share that information. And also just let the community know, as always, that Mokers are always here to help and to resolve issues. And as far as this federal surge, we all welcome anyone to, if you flag it up, if you flag it to us, we will flag it up. And so I wanted to make sure I touched on that. And if the community have any questions as far as anything that's going on with any of the agencies, please feel free to flag that. As you know, commissioners, y'all know we work together. So if they have any issues with any of the agencies, please flag that. And any of the concerns about the federal surge, I will take any of those questions or concerns back and flag them up. That's all I have for tonight. And also, Commissioner, it does start at 7 o'clock. The R night.
Thank you for that. Got a question from Commissioner Kensick.
Anthony, thank you for everything you do. You're always thanking us. We appreciate you and your services. That's to say, I haven't always agreed with Mayor Bowser's policies through her tenure, but I will give her a lot of credit for what has happened. A lot of this is out of her control, and I don't think people realize that. And I think she's doing the best she can. She didn't open the doors, hey, come on in. People are saying, let's recall and this. And I'm like, listen, we're not a state. We have things happen. Although Chair did a great job with getting the commissioners together and writing our disdain towards this. The mayor has only so much she can do. So I think she's navigating it well. And, for people to say otherwise, it's unfortunate. She's in a tough predicament. So appreciate you guys and appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's definitely unprecedented.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Questions? Okay. Thank you, Anthony. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
I'm gonna actually jump back a second. Nicole, if I can pull you back into the spotlight. I apologize. I neglected a question I had flagged over here, which was just to see if you had heard about the water shutoff in the multi-family building in Mount Pleasant. I think it just happened a day or so ago. Okay, wanted to make sure and see if I don't know if there's a legislative remedy there in terms of the way they've changed handling liens versus shutoffs.
Yeah, it's something we're talking about. We are in close contact, with DC Water when these shutoffs are occurring and, are trying to work anytime that these are happening with the property owners, with the tenants, to either try to prevent or remedy after the fact, and connect folks with the various services. So yeah, our constituent services team is on top of those.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of legislation, I don't know is that considered something that needs a legislative fix that we can advocate for?
Yeah, there's a couple, different utility related proposals out there right now. And it's something we're talking about going forward if there's something we need to do or something we can do. So more to come from those discussions, but nothing concrete quite yet, unfortunately.
Okay, thanks for that. District agency visitor, as I mentioned, we have Commander Condors on the line. We've been calling on him a lot lately. Thank you for making time for us again today. We appreciate it. I don't know if maybe you want to speak first and then we can do some Q&A.
Yeah, no, that sounds great. In fact, I'm going to keep my presentation super brief. I basically, all I was going to present on, I have, let me see here, 4 key arrests that I wanted to highlight since the last month's meeting. These are in the ANC or just like 1 or 2 blocks off of them. But I just kind of want to highlight some of the good arrests that the officers made last month. So be super quick. So Wednesday, June 11th, we had an attempt robbery in the 700 block of Florida. A group of 3 juvenile males approached our victim, made threats, tried to take their property, and was unsuccessful nonetheless, but it was an attempt robbery. Detectives worked that case, and on July 24th, they were able to arrest a 13-year-old male for that attempted robbery. We still have 2 suspects outstanding, but we did get one of those suspects. July 29th, there was a verbal dispute. So this was a stabbing that occurred in the 1800 block of 7th Street. We had 2 individuals got in an argument. One of them took a knife out, stabbed the other individual. We actually had an officer 1 block down, actually saw this occur, swooped in, made an arrest, and a 55-year-old Andre Thomas was arrested for assault with a dangerous weapon, knife. And then on August 3rd, we had an arrest. This is a robbery that occurred in the 1700 block of 10th Street, a couple blocks off U Street. This happened about 6 o'clock in the morning. The suspect approached, robbed our victim of some personal property, and our officers were in the area canvassing, located the suspect a couple blocks away as they were fleeing, and an 18-year-old Anthony Taylor was arrested. I just want to highlight again, 6 o'clock in the morning, people are out still milling about the U Street corridor. A robbery occurs, but luckily our people were out there and were able to make an arrest. So those are just a couple like good arrests, in and around the ANC that I wanted to highlight for the last, couple weeks and months since I've been here. Outside of that, I'll just leave time for questions. I know there's a couple things going on in the city these days, so some folks might have some questions that I can hopefully try to answer. Some of them I might not be able to, but.
Okay, appreciate that. Commissioner Kensit, go ahead.
No questions. Just wanted to thank you, Commander. We appreciate everything you're doing, and I know you're in a tough situation and appreciate everything all of your officers doing. So thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep, Commissioner Fain.
Yeah, Commander Connors, thank you for being here, and echo Commissioner Kensick's thanks. Everything that I have read in the news essentially is saying all of the federal resources are being deployed in such a way that it should free up MPD to be able to focus on kind of local policing, local issues, local crime. So maybe two questions. The first is that what you're feeling on the ground? That your team is actually being supported in such a way that you've got additional resources because kind of things that may not be top priority for MPD are now being taken care of by these federal resources. And the second is if you think about how you are reprioritizing those additional resources, what are things that you're able to do now that you may not have been able to do, let's say, a month ago?
Yeah, no, I appreciate that question. So, there's kind of two things going on, right? There's federal resources that are in here doing work that are outside of our control. I mean, really all of it's outside of our control, but there's there's the federal work that's like kind of independent of us. And I would say, that work has always been done. It's just obviously being done at a higher volume. The surge of resources, hundreds of agents coming in, and some of them are working with us, which is I know what the mayor prefers, is what our chief prefers, and we're trying to work with them. We obviously have a better lay of the land. We better, community awareness and training, and this is, we're more familiar with how things, should operate around here. So we want to work with them, and that's what we have been doing with most of these resources. And then there's just federal agents that are just doing their independent, federal investigations and things that are just outside of our control. So the day-to-day operations of our patrol officers, the third district officers, is, for the most part unaffected. They are answering 911 calls, they are implementing, my crime plan, and being where I need them to be and handling complaints from the community. And then we have extra officers, like our crime suppression team and other officers that are kind of partnered with these extra federal agents. And then they're able to, you know, when they're going to like certain hot spots, complaints, things like that, they're coming in with a larger presence. The federal agencies, they bring extra tools and resources available, that we wouldn't have had. One example I would say is, and I think this has been covered, publicly, but there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of outstanding warrants from the DC courts, right? Bench warrants, criminal warrants, all kinds of warrants, and there's just a volume. Some of this is coming out of COVID still, when the court system was not functioning at full capacity. And so we have a warrant squad and we have people looking for those warrants, but now with extra, for example, U.S. Marshals, they are able to locate more warrants. And this is not actual numbers. I'm just using this as a general figure. So like, let's just say we go out and we typically lock up 5 people for warrants. Now we're able to maybe get 10 warrants, you know what I mean? Because we just have extra people, extra resources. It's really important, to highlight that, these are partnerships that we've always had, working with the Marshals, FBI, ATF, DEA is not new for us. It's not new for any city. There's just a higher volume, obviously. And so, yes, there is just more work, I think, that can be accomplished with more people.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lemon-Strauss.
Thanks for joining us, Commander. Can you talk us through sort of what it looks like when the federal resources want to take an action? So like, to just sort of walk us through. So they say, we're off to do something. We want to work with MPD on it. Do they tell you what they're looking to do? Do they tell you what their goals are? Do they tell you their authorities? How do you sort of walk us through what that looks like?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, this isn't new. I was a lieutenant and a captain over a violent crime suppression division. This is where our task force are. We've had task force with DEA, ATF, FBI, forever. And it's a partnership. They come to us and say, hey, we're working this case. We need your help with this. We'll go to them and say, hey, we're working this case. We need your help with this. That aspect of it is just not new. And so, like I said, it just depends on the case. I mean, they have federal jurisdiction. We have local jurisdiction. So we're enforcing DC code. They're enforcing federal code. but there's just some aspects as we navigate like the criminal justice system that we kind of have to work together. There's things that we can do, they can, vice versa. So it just really depends on the type of investigation and how we can assist each other. But there's this, for example, like if we're doing a long-term narcotics investigation that webs out into different crews and neighborhoods, and we have to go hit 10 search warrants, as we execute, the takedown of this criminal gang. We can't do that by ourselves. Like we need federal help to do stuff like that. And so they're going to come in with extra people and resources in order to help us take down that crew. So that's just one example, but it's a partnership. We talk on a regular basis.
Yeah, I don't want to sort of elide over though the extraordinary circumstances that we're in. So I understand that there's collaboration and that collaboration has existed and there's value both ways. But we also are in a situation where federal agents are, from the evidence that sort of is through sort of my kid's school, for instance, and the people that have been taken, they're just racially profiling members of our community, stopping Latino men with no seeming probable cause, demanding their papers. If they don't have them, they're taking them into ICE custody. That's sort of based on a audio recording that we've gotten from the school of how a parent at the kid's school was taken. That seems quite extrajudicial. And on a personal level, I would be quite concerned if MPD was involved in that sort of what seems quite extrajudicial, quite paramilitary of an activity. And so I guess to sort of be more direct, would MPD be involved in that sort of activity? And if not, how would MPD know that the federal agents that you otherwise would have a good relationship with are actually heading out to an area in order to racially profile Latino men and aim to, lock them up if they don't have a driver's license on them?
Yeah, so there's a couple of aspects to that. So I'll just say, like, one, I can't control ICE. ICE is a federal agency. I have no supervision over them whatsoever. They have the authority to come in and do what they're going to do. What I'll say about MPD, though, is the law for us has not changed. We are not violating anybody's rights. We're not stopping people for no reason. We do not enforce immigration law. It's not DC code, so we can't enforce it. And that's not what we're focused on. We're focused on criminal behavior, guns, drugs, warrants, things like that. And just ICE is just their own entity. And so there's just nothing I just don't know how else to answer that.
Yeah, so sorry, let's move on because I know there's other things to cover, but just ask a very direct question. An MPD officer is riding along with a federal agent, an ICE agent. The ICE agent, detains a man, asks for papers, seems to have no probable cause, and then takes that man into custody when he can't produce a driver's license. What would you expect an MPD officer in that situation to do, or what would his training or her training tell them to do? What's the mayor's or the police chief's expectation of that MPD officer in that situation?
So I expect our officers to be lawful. So if it's lawful activity, then they can take lawful action. If it's not, then I expect them to not take lawful, if that makes sense. Like I expect them to follow our policies and the law. That's what I expect them to do.
And so what would that be in that case, in that situation? Would it be reporting the ICE agent as violating policies, or would it be?
Well, your hypothetical, I don't want to answer that hypothetical because I don't think you framed it up correctly. But what I'll say is, if we observe somebody from ICE doing something that we find to be completely unlawful, then we would do what a citizen would do, and we would ask for like their supervisor, essentially.
Okay.
But, yeah.
And has that happened?
You'll have. I'm just not gonna. I can't get into that.
It's a rabbit hole, and Aaron, I kind of want to follow up with you. I'm interested in the line of questioning you're pursuing. I think where you're talking about probable cause not being satisfied in that situation. The Border Patrol, at least, and I guess ICE also in kind of a derivative way, is considering that we live within the 100 miles of the border, the maritime border. And so there's a softening of those requirements on probable cause. And I think that's the legal justification they're relying on to um, ask for papers at traffic checkpoints, which is something that normally would not be allowed under the Fourth Amendment. So I think there's a complicated thing there that MPD doesn't really have an opinion on, right? Since it's not, but I take your point about are they able to assist, under those circumstances when maybe there's a dispute about the legality there. Um, something for a different office at MPD to opine on for sure. Anything further? I'll ask you one before we let you go, Commander. I was speaking with a business owner in our commission area, and they were not pleased to have been visited by an HSI team knocking doors at businesses. This is one of the directorates of ICE, and trying to recruit business owners to enroll in some kind of program for business owners to do like extra I-9 enforcement. It's called something weird like business owners against illegal something with a very sad flyer made in Word. I thought at first he was getting scammed, but like it does go to an actual DHS.gov website and businesses are meant to enroll in this thing, and I don't even know what the purpose is. Yeah, that stuff is 10,000 feet above us. I understand that. But what made me sad is that I then asked the business owner, that's interesting. By the way, have you ever had an MPD team come knock on your door and say, just like beat cops to say, hi, you're a relatively new business in this area, what's going on? We want to make a relationship with you. And, I'm going to say that he said that they had never done that. And we've talked in the past about, the program, I don't remember the name, where the officers used to, or I think still do, scan a QR code that's in the front window of an establishment and, sort of do a check-in. And we talk a lot about community policing, what that really means. And, I just sort of wanted to raise that you know, many people feel that there's not enough community policing, there's not enough out of cruiser, there's the Candy Crush thing, there's, that sense that, we don't have that type of community policing anymore. And it really just, it bothered me that the ones going around door to door are the feds who are in town temporarily and not the guys that we wish we could build long-term relationships with. And you don't really have to have an answer to that. I mean, maybe you want to talk about what community policing looks like after this is over, or, how you sort of rehabilitate that, or you don't have to. I don't really need you to say anything. I just wanted to point that out. And, that's a perception that's going to last in the community, I think.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I mean, trust me, we're talking through what this looks like. We call it, day 31, right? Like what, how do we, it's not lost on any of us. We see the same videos, we get reports from our officers. They go out to do a routine, what to them is routine, stop, arrest, call for service, and they're being surrounded and protested. And, it's got, these are not things that were occurring 3 weeks ago. And so I think, we all want to make sure that like on, we call it, like I said, day 31, that we're not starting from scratch here, that we're not taking it out on officers who have no control over, some of this stuff. And as far as like, community policing and, I think we do a lot in this space. I'll just say have we touched everybody? Have we touched every business? It doesn't sound like it. But we do a lot week to week. Our outreach team, I get a daily report. I know they're active, and we'll just keep plugging away as best we can, to make sure that people are feeling that.
Okay, question from the community here, and then I'll come to you, Commissioner. Have any MPD officers or staff quit in protest to the federal involvement in policing?
I'll say no comment on that one.
Commissioner Hanrahan, go ahead.
I'm wondering, like with the mayor's order, do we know kind of what the next steps are or what that means in terms of like the plan or something? Like, how does that affect things for the kind of day 31 to 60, 90, I don't know, or something?
Yeah, I guess I don't have a real answer for that one either, because like I said, here at the third district, most of our job has been unaffected. So, the patrol officers that are out there that you see on the street are doing exactly what they were doing a month ago. They're in the same hotspots, calls for service, all that kind of stuff. So I think, from their perspective, not much has changed and not much will change as far as like what their day-to-day work looks like now on the department level. I don't think that's been, I haven't seen anything of as far as like department wide from the chief of like, how we're implementing going forward. So I guess, we'll kind of see what that looks like next week.
There's another community question that came in. We have seen several cars with multiple armed individuals not in uniform who claim to be federal police unpacking weapons from unmarked cars in front of the police station on 17th Street. Can you outline what outside groups are using the station and how they're trained to work with the residential area?
So if I heard that correctly, they said they've seen unmarked cars with armed agents unpacking guns. Is that everything? Okay. Yeah, I mean, so the agents that we are working with, they are helping us recover illegal guns on the street, and they do come back to the station and help us process paperwork and, process the firearms and stuff like that. So that might have been what they saw. And again, like that's, these are, I understand there's like increased volume. I'm not negating that. I'm just saying that that's not new. Like we had that before, so I'm not. Yeah, they're allowed to come here and they help us process those weapons.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? Okay, thank you, Commander, once again for making some time for us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can I just add to that I think the commander knew he was going to be on the hot seat tonight, and particularly in knowing that, appreciate your coming out and being available and speaking to the community. I think that's important. I know that's been a hallmark of what you have done in your leadership, and I would encourage you to keep doing this as hard as it might be, and also to encourage your officers and MPD leadership to do the same. And where we can be helpful, we will. But I think it's important that we don't stop talking during all of this, and that we all talk more. So thank you.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right. I cannot see my screen. Next up, any commissioner announcements or community announcements? 1 minute allowed to anyone who wishes to raise a community topic. Okay. Seeing none, let's slide into the administrative section, please. I do have an administrative item. You know what? Let's circle back to it. Aaron, if you don't mind, could we go ahead with the budget first?
Sure thing.
Okay.
I'm on my iPad delivering pasta to my son right now, so I'm hoping, Miguel, would you mind sharing a screen if you're able on the budget?
I can. Start talking while I pull it up.
Great. So we need to adopt an FY26 budget. I sent it around. We discussed briefly at the committee of the whole last week, and then I sent around early this week the draft budget. The draft budget is meant to be a sort of middle ground between where it looks like we will end FY25 and a sort of greater ambition around community spending that was reflected in the FY25 original budget. So it continues to hold space for Race and Karen, which of course we want to do, and then invest in internal events such as Art Night, Shakespeare in the Park, etc., and then also outside expenditures for block parties and the like. So yeah, thanks, Miguel. And so, crucially, this continues to be loss making, if you will. So column F is where to draw your attention. ANC 1B has by far the highest cash balance in the city, and that cash balance doesn't do anything for our community in its own right. So this commission for the last several years has made an effort to spend that balance down responsibly in a way that serves the community. And I think we should, and so this budget envisions continuing to follow that trend. Obviously, that trend is not itself sustainable for more than a few more years. But this budget would have us go from a starting balance of around $161,000 down to a balance of about $127,000. And so, yeah, so I guess I would open it. Well, I don't know what the right procedure is. I don't know if I should move to adopt it and then open to questions, but whatever the right procedure is, let's do that.
All right, I'll consider the motion to adopt this budget having been made. I'll go ahead and second it, and that opens this up for discussion. Anyone wishing to lead off? Go ahead, Commissioner Fay.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I think this is a little bit of a of my normal refrain, and so I'll make just 3 or 4 points. I'm going to set myself as a 2 minute just so we don't get lost with my comments or others. So a couple points. One, I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Lemon Strauss's comments that dollars sitting in a bank account don't benefit the community that we are intended to benefit. The second point is that I have a very firm belief that I don't like to overspend our allotment on operations in as much as it is simply unsustainable in the long term, and it creates patterns and habits that we might not be able to, sustain. Thirdly, that I always believe that if we've got this kind of money, it's important for us to be thinking about what types of investments we're making, whether those investments are in the form of greater efficiencies or performance for the ANC, whether they are investments in programs or sustainable objectives in the community. And so I want to clarify that I will be voting in support of this budget. And I would like to offer and commit that over the next, let's say, 60 to 90 days by the end of the calendar year, I'd be very happy to work with Commissioner Lemon Strauss and the chair just to review our expenses and our approach and to kind of think about how these expenses are in fact contributing as investments. One example that I would call out is the work that Karen is doing right now to create a long-term solution for us being able to track and manage settlement agreements on behalf of the ABCR committee. I think that's an investment that's very worthwhile and justifies an additional investment. And I think there are other things, a lot of other things like that, but I think we owe it to the community to talk about the investments that we're making. And I would also like to challenge our own thinking to make sure that the money that we spend is really investments in the community for the future, so that the dollars are there and the benefits are there as well.
I appreciate that very much. Commissioner Kenza, go ahead.
Yeah, I actually completely agree with Treasurer Locatos. I'm sorry, getting old. Lemon Strauss. I do agree. I will say this is the third term I'm in, and I will say that I've been a big advocate to spend down for a while, as long as it makes sense. I'm not looking to waste money. Try to be as conservative as possible, and that's how I live my life as well. But with the same token, I do agree also with Secretary Fay that we want to do what's best for the community. But again, the mentality from 2 terms ago was like, oh, like we're bragging about how much we had, where it was like, why aren't we spending down? It's one of the first things I remember one of the people from the ANC offices, Miss Kathy, who's no longer there, said, spend down the money. You need to use the money for the people. That's what it's for. And I have to tell you, this under your leadership, Chair, and the rest of the other commissioners, we've done an outstanding job this term, per se, and doing great things like at the park, and I love that. I think it's great, and it's getting the community, acclimated back to try to some normalcy. And what I would say is that having Karen Reyna also have been amazing. The 1B I think looks like outstanding, like it used to look at one point, even before my turn started. And I think by having them helping us and allocating. Now there obviously is charges for their salary. It happens. But there was long things that were overdue that needed to be done. A lot of this stuff that they're doing that's helping us get out to the community. So we just have to keep that in mind. I know that might look like we're spending too much or we're spending down too quickly on what we're receiving from the mayor's office, but I'm in hopes that also with the with the right fight and also showing that we're spending on good faith, that the budget possibly next year or moving forward might get larger as they see that we're not having 170 or 60,000. Thank you. Appreciate it.
The first Oscars playoff of the evening. I'm sorry, I can't see Abley. Did somebody raise a hand? Nope, maybe not. It's bad when you're sharing the screen, y'all. Um,
Yes.
oh, sorry, Frank. Please go ahead.
Yes. Just I'll try to do this under a minute. Thank you for the remarks regarding investment and expenditure, and I appreciate Commissioner Fay's comments with respect to our ABCA obligation. U Street is not anything if it's not where we are over the last 36 years as we are really you folks sitting there are the community leaders on what U Street is. Where are we? And where have we been? And where are we going? And is it the right trajectory? And have we expent the resources necessary by this ANC to maintain good neighbors, good bars, good restaurants? So this is a place people want to come, spend money. And so therefore, I am encouraged to hear over the next 3 months, there may be more opportunity to discuss ABCA specific, the ABCA committee, and our expenses and what may be possible to make this the corridor with good neighbors, good actors, and a good place for us to live. So I appreciate the consideration as we proceed here. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, snapping my fingers to that a lot. I mean, I've been serving as the interim chair of the Community Engagement Committee, and there are some great ideas on that committee in terms of low cost ways to engage people on U Street. I've mentioned before the like stamp passport, go visit 10 new restaurants over the course of the winter kind of idea would not cost us a lot to do. And we have the money, so I think everybody is eager to do good with it. I have never detected anyone trying to do anything untoward or like, just spend it for the sake of spending it, which I'm proud of that too. Not all commissions are, resist the temptation to put the hand in the cookie jar. We have had a sort of strategic conversation about, we're spending more than we're making right now. I don't think it's really bothering anybody. I think Commissioner Fay's framing is absolutely correct. These are investments. I mean, he picked a great example. What Karen Lee is doing to make ABCR committee extremely robust is impressive, and it's worth every cent, in my opinion. And that goes to Frank's point too, right? We could not be as capable a partner to the business community if we could not track all their license applications, right? And we know where they're all moving through the process. We're not being caught off guard by deadlines. That's worth a ton in terms of our performance and our legitimacy. So all that to say, I think we're on the same page. That fills me with joy. I'm happy with the numbers that Aaron has suggested. Nothing is set in stone. This is just our authorized amounts. If we need to go over on a certain line item, we just, pass a motion at a commission meeting. So I don't think we have to fret too much about the specific values. So I'm happy to go ahead and move to a vote, but more
Do you want
views
to
are
take
welcome if anybody has them.
Do you want to take the Excel down so we can see
I
hands?
deeply want to take the Excel down. Thank you.
Hey, watch it.
It was an amazing Excel. It was an amazing Excel.
No comment on the Excel author, Aaron.
All right. Any final comments, questions, anything?
No.
Seeing none, we'll call the question. All those in favor of adopting the budget as outlined and the beautiful Excel without equal, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I am 7. And Francois is doing his thing. That's 8. And the motion carries unanimously. Thank you guys very much. Thank you, Commissioner Lemon Strauss. You are invaluable. Appreciate it deeply. Administrative item that I did not place on the printed agenda, but I would really love to take care of today is, hey, Matt Fay, did we? Yes, we did. We have a magical audience member. As I recently alluded to, I have been covering as interim chair of the Community Engagement Committee. It is an honor. There are some really cool people on there, really great ideas, but it definitely needs sustained attention, especially between meetings to make sure that projects actually get off the ground. I really cannot spend that much time. I hope I've been able to recapture its momentum and set it in a good place. I am incredibly happy that committee member Mike Hooling has decided to step forward and offer his name and to serve as chair for the rest of this term. I am very confident in his abilities. Many of you will know him from his other hat as the president of the Drake Park Civic Association. He is organized and determined, has been attending all our meetings, contributing significantly. He helped us a great deal with the Shakespeare in the Park event. I think his credentials are sound, and I'm happy for him to take the reins. So I would like to move that we appoint him the chair of the Community Engagement Committee for the remainder of this term. And he is, in fact, on the call. So if anyone has any questions or would like to cross-examine him brutally, we can certainly go through that. Commissioner Kenzik, first question or comment?
Yeah, I would like to talk to him or ask him a question, but how do we know this individual exactly? Besides being on the committee?
Yeah, I mean, let me kind of do a full disclosure, which is that he is my husband, and so he got involved. He was the organizer of the LPCA block party last year, as well as the LPCA treasurer. When I ran for ANC, he ran for LPCA president, and was enthusiastically elected in. Then he got involved with great enthusiasm with the Shakespeare in the Park event, which he did as a non-committee member, just as a community member, and then started to attend the committee meetings a couple of months ago, and decided that he would raise his hand when Miguel asked for a volunteer. I think the thought, Miguel, was that he might be volunteering for the rest of the calendar year, and then maybe being reconsidered again in January should the commission, want him to continue to lead that committee. But Commissioner Kenzik, that is the nitty-gritty of how we know Mike Hewling.
Okay, well, that makes sense. I've never had a chance or pleasure to meet him, and I'm sure he's great people if he's hanging out with you. I will say, though, I mean, for the record, there there could be some there, being the fact that you guys live in the same household and your view on what Treasurer Lemon Strauss just said, does he share the same views? We're supposed to be completely bipartisan and irregular. That's hard to do when your partner is living next to you and sleeping next to you on a regular basis. So that's just something I'll be voting in favor, of course, because the fact that we're all doing this to help the community, and I'm sure, like I said, he's a great guy. I've not met him, but I think that this is something we should just keep in mind that people can look and question and how the community might perceive that as like I think you get my point. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I'll say two things on that. The first is that I think that's why when the chair and I spoke about him raising his hand, the agreement is that he would take the leadership role for September through the end of December, and do it essentially as an interim, as opposed to kind of a permanent. And the hope would be that in the interim, either a commissioner or another member of the community may come forward and say, "Hey, this is something that I'd really like to do." And so it was intended to be more of there's a need for help and a need for investment now, and that there would be kind of an opportunity for folks to get to know him and for him to make an impact during that period of time. The second thing I will say, and I've had to say this to my own community, and they now know it firsthand and they laugh at it, is that just because I believe something certainly does not mean my husband does. And so you will find in LPCA executive team meetings that there are often robust debates with him on one side and me on the other. But we are also fierce collaborators in the sense that we work hard together to make sure we get things done. But we are very rarely of one mind on anything. And I would expect that folks would engage him as the chair of the committee without needing to engage me on that, because I am not the chair of that committee. I am a commissioner and a chair of a different committee. If that puts,
Understood.
if that puts your mind to rest.
No, it does. I had watched back the video the other night. I tend to do that. I enjoy watching you guys all back. I didn't hear anything from the committee. Did the committee have any discussion about this chair and chair, in terms of voting on this, or had the opportunity to weigh in on this matter?
No, we haven't met since he made the offer. And there's also an option in our bylaws in our SOPs rather, for us to go ahead and just reopen the entire process of candidate recruitment and all of that, which I would love to do. But with like 3 meetings left in the calendar year, I prefer somebody who's been attending the committee already. Um, but the committee has a lot of, like I said, excellent talent, bright people, motivated, but that's been attending as consistently as he has. And of course, importantly, nobody who has volunteered themselves as well. So, um, mostly in the interest of expediency, I'd love to let him take this forward. And there are projects, like that passport idea that we've been banding about that I just can't give continuity to and get them off the ground. And I think they're important and pretty pressing. So I feel comfortable moving ahead. I'm confident the committee will too. Everybody likes Mike. But did I see a hand? Sorry. Um, we do have Mike on the line, and he's promoted the panelist. So if there are questions for him, he can take them. Commissioner Holden, were you saying?
It was my point was kind of answered because I agree with the idea to appoint for the rest of the calendar year and then maybe renominate, or if someone else, if a commissioner can take over in January, like I think that's a good idea. So
Okay. Any questions for the nominee himself? Okay, I'll call the question on that. Unless Mike, I should have offered you the opportunity to make a statement as well, Mike. Even though I didn't ask you to prepare anything, but you can come off mute if you want to, but not required. We will get to know you in due time. I agree. There's a message in the chat thanking Mike for stepping up, and I share in that.
I just wanted to thank everyone. Obviously, we want to get the committee support as well. There's a lot of exciting opportunities out there for community engagement, working with the different areas. I know there's a lot of interest in block parties. That's really one of the low hanging fruits. I know there's an interest in getting the farmers market going back up by the Reeve Center. And there's also some other activities on U Street that would work in conjunction with the other committees out here. The big thing is just kind of formalizing, different roles or different areas where the committee members could help out. And I think that, as we progress throughout the rest of the calendar year, there'll be some more exciting opportunities for, ANC 1B to get out there and get involved in the community. So I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you. I'll also share really briefly that he and I had a really nice and long chat about priorities for the committee and taking it forward. And I loved many ideas that he has, including putting together little manuals about how to throw a successful block party, how to go through the sponsorship process, something similar for Malcolm X Park focused things, how to go through the NPS permitting process. I love that. Capture some institutional knowledge and put some resources on our website. Nothing intense, just little one pagers about how to do that stuff successfully. So very happy to see him stepping up. I'll consider the question called. If final comment.
But no, I was just going to say I'll be voting in favor for this. I appreciate what you're doing, Mike, for the community. And it is a very important role and chair. I mean, you're chairing the whole department, so I understand with everything you're involved with to be passing this, and looking forward to working with you, Mike. Thank you.
Thanks. Couldn't agree more. All those in favor, hands up, please, to appoint Mike Hewling as the chair of the Community Engagement Committee.
Or you, Miguel.
I'm sorry?
I'm doing the Zoom hand.
Are you roasting me for no? Oh, okay, fine. Wait, you're in there now too? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, wait, you're not
Commissioner
even
Fay,
doing
are
it.
you abstaining out of an abundance of scruples? I love that. Okay, it's
I am.
carries unanimously. Thank you very much, everybody. Mike, congratulations. You're on board now. Your life will never be the same. Moving on to new bit. No, I'm sorry. We cannot go to new business yet. Oh, what a day this is, you guys. Matthew, don't. Yeah, come on. Sorry, one more thing. The event that's coming up in Malcolm X Park, the USAID, et cetera, Appreciation Day, we approved a budget for it before. It was a not to exceed value of $1,700. There was a budget that we passed with line items in it. I don't think that we really, when we pass a not to exceed value, I don't think we hold strictly to each line item in that budget. I think the funds are reallocatable. I think that's sort of our general understanding. There was sort of a a line in there for extra expenses necessary in case we needed a crew to set up a stage in the park. I still want to reserve that line. I don't want to reallocate it right now. I have also realized that we have engaged a graphic designer to do a really nice graphics package, flyers and everything, which we had for free with the Shakespeare event. So I didn't include it. My bad. And I believe that I underestimated the amount of printing that would be necessary. So I was hoping to come back and add a line to the budget for extra graphics and promotion expenses. I hope it's amenable to people. I didn't circulate this in advance, mea culpa. I think a $500 increase would cover a sort of an honorarium, let's say, for the designer, and some extra printing costs and probably some extra that we won't spend. But I'd rather have it approved as an addition and hold that stage setup crew money in case I actually need it instead of reallocating it. So I move that. Happy to take questions. And I'm just introducing it right on the floor here. So we got to think fast, but I think we can handle it. Thank you. The motion is seconded.
And sorry to clarify, when we did a not to exceed before, it was for the full event, which was more than 1,700. And what you're looking to do is to increase the amount for just was it just for 1,700?
Yeah, it was 1,700 not to
Okay.
exceed for the full event. It had a printing line in it of $400, which is not which is not enough. I will try to go to a cheaper printer than FedEx, if at all possible. But it's going to rain in the next few days, so we're going to lose some posters. So I just want to build in a bit more of a buffer. And like I said, I based this on the Shakespeare budget, and with Shakespeare, the PG County Parks and Rec people had a graphic designer who did all that for free. And we did get somebody who offered to do this for free, but I really just believe in paying for labor when it's at all possible. So I'd like to build in that honorarium for her as well. So
We also
essentially amending
have,
to add a $500 line for promotional.
yeah, and we also have, you can connect with your new community engagement chair, a printer that we used for the LaDroit Park Home and Garden Tour, that was very good, but also very affordable. You just have to
Cool.
give a little bit of lead time to get it delivered.
I'll be reaching out 5 minutes from now. Thank you for that.
By the way, Alan, I told him not to offer, just in case you're worried. I said, don't do this. It's going to be a lot of work. But he
And
believes
then
in U
what?
Street. He believes in U Street.
Oh.
All right. 500 bucks.
Okay.
I'm good.
Okay. Further questions? All right. I'll consider the question called. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Do the Zoom hand. Just make my day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those opposed? Oh, 8. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. I appreciate it. Appreciate the questions and the expediency. Now let's get out of administrative and move into new business, please, which has 300 items listed underneath it. First one, ABCR, Alan's face. ABCR, letter of support for the transfer of a liquor license at 1905 9th Street Northwest. I know this involves Commissioners Hanrahan and Barrio. Anyone can go for it.
I'll let Commissioner Barrio handle it, but I will just say that the motion passed by the committee, 5 yeas, 0, unanimously with 5 yeas.
Yes, a member of our community, William Lewis, who lived on Westminster Street for a very long time, owns the property at 1905 9th Street. He is seeking an involuntary transfer of the liquor license from a tenant that he had a lot of trouble with. And, formerly, Mr. Lewis had a restaurant and bar there that many members of the community frequented. The committee voted in support of the letter for the involuntary transfer, which is separate from the renewal, I believe was the advice we got from ABCA. I believe Mr. Lewis is on the call now. If we could promote him to speak, that would be great. I think he just wants to briefly describe, what he's seeking in terms of this letter and, his vision for the space. Yeah.
Yes, great. May I speak now?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, greetings, everyone, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I've been a member of this community now since 1989. I can't even count the years. I was on the initial committee to create the playground, and I take credit for the water feature. Every time I hear those joyful noises over there, I realize that I've been validated by fighting the committee to put that water feature in, and it's a great thing. But more importantly, I the last 2 years have a tenant who did not pay rent, and it has caused me a great deal of conflict because I have to sell my house, and in order to make the make up the monetary capital to maybe even get this business up and running. I can recoup, they tell me, possibly if I have the liquor license, but without the license, I have no chance of trying to recoup that fund and maybe even saving my house or even the building itself. It's a very tragic situation, and I would appreciate you guys for the effort that I've put in over the 40 years. And I think if you will check my credentials from members of the community, I've always been supportive. I live on Westminster Street, and I've lived here for again about 40 years. I've been a member of the Westminster Neighborhood Association beginning, and then we go way back in terms of our commitment and participation in community activities. So this restaurant was in fact the watering hole for this community. It was LL Boucher, the restaurant for I guess maybe 15 years, and people loved it. And I have the intention of trying to bring that community affiliation back so that we can start a new trend of restaurants were more favorable to the community as opposed to uh, a lot of transits coming in and leaving and they're trashing the neighborhood. I hope that we can find a place for the community members to participate, as well as for me possibly to recoup some of the losses and to remain a member of the community. I don't want to leave, and it's been very difficult. Through the last 2 years trying to fight this case in court with no help from the courts itself. I don't know how that happened, but it cost me over $200,000 just to deal with this issue, and $100,000 in legal fees and court costs. So, I know you asked, how can I afford that? Well, I refinanced the house, and when I refinanced the house, of course, I had a larger interest rate. And I'm saying all that to say that your support is imperative to whether I can remain a member of the community and stay in effect, or have to slither away and find another. But if I do have to go, I would hope that one of the community members could help me find a senior citizens home somewhere in the community, because I would hate to leave. After all, I love this place and I've been here for 40 years. So thank you very much for listening to me, and I will appreciate and welcome your support.
Appreciate that. Thank you for being here. Commissioner Barrio, we didn't have a letter in the packet, but just to be clear, it's a pro forma letter of support, and the committee voted for it unanimously. So
Yeah,
I
and
think
just to be clear, we heard from APCA that, this is not necessary. We don't need to send this letter in order for the involuntary transfer to happen, but we are welcome to do so. And this is separate from negotiating a settlement agreement, I believe, or, an actual placard or a placard for the new reopening of 1905.
correct. Commissioner Fay.
Yeah, I just wanted to maybe jump off where Commissioner Barrio left off, which was that we're not required. I think it's still a very nice message for the commission to send, that we are supporting members of the community. We're supporting a return to a restaurant that can be a kind of a place that the community gathers and enjoys. And so I like the idea of being able to send that signal, even though it's not a required signal. I think the only question that I might have for Mr. Lewis, and then a follow-on question to Commissioner Barrio is it your intention to return it to a restaurant operation? let me kind of start that, and then I'll have a follow-up question to Commissioner Barrio.
Yes, in fact, I would like to start a breakfast restaurant in the beginning, because as you know, there are no breakfast the breakfast folks out there. You can't find good homemade breakfasts anywhere down in this corridor. And I would like to start a breakfast restaurant at maybe 6 in the morning, and then transition into a family-friendly restaurant in the early evening, late afternoon, early evenings, and with the complement of a lounge that could accommodate people who have the evening off or want to get together for a community gathering or drink. In fact, we had the Westminster Neighborhood Association's Christmas party at the restaurant some years ago. So it's a family-friendly place, and we would definitely make it a family-friendly restaurant. Once again, that would be my total goal.
Yep, good. And then, so Commissioner Barrio, the question I would ask is, would we want to include in the language of the letter kind of something along the lines of, particularly in light of this establishment becoming a restaurant, which may clarify to other operators on the corridor where we are opposing new bars and taverns in the moratorium area, why we would be supporting a liquor license transfer. It's, there's a new restaurant that's being opened up, and we're supporting restaurants.
I think that makes sense. Yeah, I believe in the draft I sent there was some language about that, but happy to, reemphasize that.
Are you able to pull it up really quickly? Do you have it open by chance?
Yeah.
Let's just flash it on the screen since we are going to vote to endorse.
Let me just letter.
Mr. Lewis, there's a message in the chat that says, please let Mr. Lewis know that I have sought help for his crisis. That's from Karen Gall.
Thank you.
I will leave that to you.
Does that mean that I should contact her? Is that what that means?
Seems like an invitation, I would say so.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me share it. All right, can you all see my screen?
Yep.
Okay. So I thought I had added more in here, but yeah, we can add in just like involuntary transfer list. With the intention of supporting the reestablishment of a restaurant at the location.
Sure. I think that's sufficient, Commissioner Fay.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Cool. Okay, so moved. Can I consider it seconded? May I consider the question
Second.
called without objection? Thank you very much. All those in favor of adopting the letter as recommended by the committee, Zoom hands, please. Oh, Francois, is your hand up?
Yeah, sorry. Are
Sorry,
you
the
counting
little
it
sharing
somewhere?
icon is there now, and there's no hand. There's always a 8 in favor. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Stop sharing.
Oh, yeah.
All right, next thing up, ZPD, letter of support for proposed development at 1300 W Street Northwest.
Hi, everyone. So as I mentioned, this is an application that we reviewed at our last ZPD meeting. I do believe that the proponent is here in the audience, Mr. Rupert, and so he's available to answer any questions. So generally, just to orient ourselves, this is an application for development on the corner of 13th and W Streets. You may be aware that this has been a long vacant lot that's currently quite overgrown, and there have allegedly been development plans throughout the years for this space, and none of them have really ever happened or come to fruition. And so it's nice to see something being proposed here. I do have, I can share my screen with some of with the site plan and some of the additional visualizations, if that's helpful. But generally speaking, it is a 4-story building with 3 condominium units. One is the basement cellar unit, and then there are 2 units, 3-story units on top of that. One, they both have entrances on W Street. One only fronts W Street, one fronts W Street and 13th Street on the corner. The committee supported this application unanimously, but it did have 3 requests of the proponent, and that is to, one, submit or identify a pathway for an easement to clarify the there's like a short little, it's not really an alley, but it's like a short little alley space on the side of the property that abuts the neighboring building on W Street. We needed to clarify that there's an easement there for trash access. And then also the committee, in addition, suggested, this is actually a suggestion from committee member Chauvin, that in that easement, they clarify the trash storage requirements of both units so that the trash is not piling up over there, which it seems like is something that happens. Then in addition to that, the committee also asked for a full architectural rendering of the building in context to the surrounding buildings, and also an arborist's report, since there's a number of trees on the property, and also there's a number of street trees. The applicant has provided all 3 of those things. I'm happy to share those, but I know that we are running long, so I will leave it there. And if we have any questions for Mr. Rupert, I know he's been promoted. And I'm also happy to share any site plans or renderings that might be helpful. So,
Commissioner Fay?
Yeah, I read the arborist report and saw the renderings. So thank you for sharing all of that. Two quick questions. The first is there any kind of zoning relief that is being sought, or is this consistent with the zone? Great. Second, what kind of neighbor outreach has been conducted? Are the neighbors comfortable with this?
Mr. Rupert, is that something that you would be able to chime in on?
Sure. I started right after we put the property under contract, reaching out to the neighbors. On July 18th, I put handwritten notes on 3 homes neighboring by. The only neighbor that's reached back out to me was the lady on W Street. We've texted back and forth a few times. Since I didn't hear from anybody on 13th Street, I went back and found. Actually, I sent letters to their home address in Falls Church. I haven't heard back. Then I sent the required letters from DC Historic to the 5 nearest neighbors. That was 2 weeks ago, and I haven't heard back from any of them. And then while I was there with the arborist, I ran into one of the tenants next door on the only home that it neighbors on 13th Street. And that person promised me that they would get my email and phone number to the owner of the property, and that was on August 25th. So I still haven't heard from anybody there.
And you're renovating a property across the street on 13th Street, so they'd have opportunities to come and see you there too.
Yeah, we have 3 projects on W Street in your ANC, the 2 here at 13th Street, and we also bought the little old garage at 920 W Street, which is further down by 9th Street. But yeah, they could find me anywhere there on W Street.
Okay, thanks.
And just in general, just to speak up, the development team has been very responsive and proactive in communication with with the commission, with the committee. So strikes me that to the extent that there is an interest in engagement from neighbors or the community, I would strongly believe they would get a lot of it.
Okay, thank you for the note. Commissioner Holden?
Yeah, I'd like to move to support the letter.
Wonderful. I'll second it. Any further debate discussion? Okay, question is called. All those in favor, please raise your little hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's do it, Stephen. And the motion's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Thank
Bye,
you for
guys.
coming, Sean.
Bye.
Next item is mine, with a bit of an issue. We were asked, long story short, Commissioner Fay and I made a really wonderful visit to the under renovation African American Civil War Memorial Museum 3 weeks ago or so, just to poke around and kick the tires and see how things were going inside. And it's an incredibly exciting project. They're like painting drywall and stuff right now. It's still weeks away from opening, at least a few months, I would say. But grand plans, and we're happy to support them. They're going to be working on some more events coming up soon. They're having a big statue placed in front of the museum. And of course, the opening is still, I believe, set for November. While all that's underway, they mentioned that they also are exploring establishing a sort of walking trail, much like the historic ones that we all have in our neighborhoods that the city coordinated. They would like to do one to connect the museum to the Howard University campus and put up sort of markers along the way on the lampposts. And they provided a map and a list of the historical markers along the way. The general theme is celebrating a legacy of African American heroes, war veterans, and other figures. So in order to put things on the lampposts, of course, they need support from DDOT, authorization from DDOT, and DDOT has asked them to secure our endorsement, a letter of support from us. Unfortunately, the back and forth ended today at 4:24 p.m. When I finally got the details on this letter, and so I have not had time to write said letter. I can read what the request is verbatim. It's a little bit long, but it basically is what I've just described. So if the commission is comfortable, I would ask for permission to write the letter supporting, it's called the George Washington Williams Heritage Trail. If you have questions, if you want to see the list of locations or the map, I can pull them up.
Is there a deadline for this?
That was not in the email response to me.
Can we push it just to next month? Since we got it at 5?
We did. We can. I will not stand in the way.
We can even, if we need more time to discuss it, I'll put it as an agenda item for the public space next week. It's a DDOT issue. It's public space. We can do it next week. You can send us the letter. We can work on it. Do it in October.
I'm going to go with it. So
why can't we just move? What if we just decide to move on it tonight and we take a vote and we go from that? I mean, I think we should move on it. So I don't know what the point is for waiting for next month.
Sure. I mean, obviously, I will always prefer that things go. Yeah, I will always prefer more review if we can handle it. I didn't get an answer on the deadline. I see here there's something that says requested date October 13th, but that's not to me. That's something in the DDOT application. So it's basically just the commission's to decide. I won't die on the hill. It's been a bit hard to get information. So I've moved that we basically authorize the drafting of a letter of support for them to establish the George Washington Williams Heritage Trail from Howard campus to the museum with signs on the lampposts guiding people to historic sites and people who used to live in the area. I feel that's sufficient. We know the team there very well. I mean, I don't think they're going to do anything crazy with it. But of course, I certainly love to put things through committee and have more eyes on it. So let's
Very
consider.
loud second.
Thank you very much. Motion's seconded. Appreciate it. I'm going to consider that Commissioner Holden made a motion to refer it to committee, which is absolutely in order. Is there a second to that motion?
Can I ask a question? I'll second it because I want to ask a question of Commissioner Holden. So
okay, it's seconded.
Second it and then
ahead.
Discussion. So Commissioner
Please.
Holden, from your perspective, could you just outline what you think are this is not intended to be adversarial. I'm wanting to learn. what do you think the advantages and benefits of moving this to committee would be?
So, well, one, I think the agenda, I'm delaying it now, so I'm a problem. But like the agenda tonight has 45 items, and we're already barreling towards 10 o'clock, and we got this at 5 o'clock, and nobody's read the letter. Like, or there's no letter at all to vote on. So I think like there was no rush on it. We could have spent more time and just like done it in October, because that's sounds like that's when the deadline is anyway. Um, I'm I'm fine to vote on it tonight, but I prefer to see letters. I want to know what I'm voting on. I don't, as a rule, don't like to authorize drafting of things and then send a letter off into the air. And then we also have a committee that does DDOT stuff. So it could have just gone through there, and then we could have had it in October at this committee meeting. We can vote on it tonight, but that's just kind of how the process works in my head.
Yep. All of those are totally fair. I'm with you.
Agreed.
I also prefer to see a letter and a draft before we vote on it.
The irony is not lost on me that I just made Commissioner Barrio put his letter on the screen so we could look at it, and I'm asking you to authorize. But so, like I say, it's in the commission's hands. I'd like to move forward quickly. Is anything motion
And if
to
someone sends us
refer?
something the day of the meeting at 5 o'clock, they shouldn't expect that we're going to vote on it that night.
That's true.
So,
okay. So the motion to refer is made and seconded. Any points of debate on it? Don't do it.
I think you have to withdraw yours, right?
No.
I'll withdraw my motion. I'm just causing a stink.
No, not you. I was asking chair.
No,
I
it's
can
fine.
withdraw it.
He's just made a motion to refer my motion to committee, which is fine.
Okay.
So it's just a simple majority. All those in favor of referring the matter of the letter for the African American Civil War Memorial Museum to the Committee on Transportation, Parks, and Public Space, please raise your hands.
Trying to raise my hand.
Zoom hands, please. 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you very much. Put them down if you would kindly. All those opposed to the motion to refer. One opposed. I'm abstaining, and the motion carries. The matter is referred to committee. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Certainly no hard feelings, and I absolutely love the insistence on allowing the committee to weigh in, which is its job. So I appreciate it. And you have an amazing, robust committee, so I know you'll handle it very well. We have 3 ABCR motions to protest. Commissioner Hanrahan, I beg of you, it is 9 p.m. So please do your best to move us through them speedily. I will note that the vote tallies from committee are printed on the agenda. I'm especially interested maybe in just spending 20 extra seconds, if you would, Stephen, please, on the first one and the split of opinions on the committee. The other ones were basically unanimous.
Yes. Let me check the split of the votes. Okay, I guess so. Honestly, I can't remember who voted for what. But yes, the 3 ABCR items. The first one was for Bar Maggie. This was actually the same owner who recently tried to make Lounge U. The ANC voted to protest. We then supported a settlement agreement with Lounge U. They decided to not go ahead with Lounge U. So there was too much construction to do to renovate the space, and they went next door to 903 and decided that they could convert this into a more functioning restaurant space. It is titled as a bar, but they have to abide by the restaurant rules, which is 45% sales of food items. Someone can fact check me on that. But essentially, the motion passed at the ANC protest, the license application for peace, order, and quiet on all applicable grounds, including being in the Shaw moratorium zone. Some of the other facts presented or the discussion was that the restaurant is in the Shaw moratorium zone, and the name of the place is called a bar, even though it is operating as a restaurant. ANC 1B protested Lounge U, and the owner is this is the same establishment, but the ANC protested basically for the same parameters of the nearby place. They have a summer garden, and they're requesting alcohol consumption in the summer garden, which is often associated with noise and complaints from neighbors at similar establishments. And there's also no existing settlement agreement with the establishment. Yes, I guess the numbers do seem to underlie a there was some disagreement. I cannot recall specifically the disagreement. My recollection is that we folks seem to be more uh, aligned here. But yeah, the minutes have it as those votes. Yeah, so I would motion that ANC 1B supports the committee's recommendation and protests this application for peace, order, quiet, on all applicable grounds.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion, debate, questions? Right.
And
Go ahead.
protest to pursuant to a settlement agreement.
No, I think, I mean, I think just,
I guess it's a clarifying question.
yeah.
Yes, I've heard recently that we are not supposed to say this. We protest things, and if we come up with a settlement agreement, that happens, but we don't want to go on the record as saying that. However, we are in talks with the owner, and it seems like that is something that can very likely happen here.
Mm-hmm. What is the committee's interest in? I mean, is like a modification to the hours, or
Um, I mean, I think the biggest thing is
So sorry, I'm gonna be Vice Chair Harris here for a moment, because I know she's under the weather. I think what we have discussed in the past is that we make a decision to protest something on the order of peace, order, and quiet, and then if discussions back and forth yield a different agreement, they do. But I think it would be dicey to delineate specific objectives of any settlement agreement during this discussion on the motion to protest.
I'm not asking for an objective so much as, what's the basis of the, I mean, is it seems to be that the summer garden is what was articulated especially, right? That it's noisy and it's going till 2 a.m. and this is looking more like a bar, and I'm assuming we want to learn more about their business plan and what.
Yeah. I think learn about the business plan and make sure that they are not contributing or adding to some of the existing concerns that are brought up by the Shaw moratorium zone of noise, of queuing, safety concerns, litter. And I think given that should have a greater scrutiny for places that are new establishments opening up in the area. Um, and yes, and also the summer garden that is highlighted, that comes up again and again with places for sources of like noise for nearby residents.
Sure. Okay. Commissioner Holden, did you have a comment there?
No, I think I just kind of like to know if our goal is to protest and we're not pursuing a settlement agreement with a entity, or if we're intending to work on a settlement agreement. It kind of frames my thinking on the issue a little.
Commissioner Harris.
I think the goal is always to work towards a settlement agreement, but that can't be the basis of the protest. I think we can add in to the motion. Has there been a motion made?
I did make a
Yes.
motion.
Okay. So you can add an amendment. I'm not adding it, but you can add an amendment to that we will, as soon as a settlement agreement is reached, we will withdraw the protest. That typically happens anyway, but like we can, you can always add that into the motion. That shouldn't be the grounds for the protest, but you can add it in to the end of the motion.
Yes, I think that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Vice Chair, that like I don't see it as a grounds, but it's like the language that are intending to drop the protest if there's a settlement agreement. I like that language. It makes things more clear to me.
Is that amenable to you, Commissioner Hanram, in your motion?
I guess we could do that. I think on a technical grounds, it might be a little bit moot, but I think we can include that in there, the motion that we protest, and when the protest is withdrawn, when a settlement agreement is.
Right. I mean, this is just a gesture of goodwill, really, right? Like,
Yes.
and a vote of confidence, let's say, in the process of the settlement agreement itself. So that's nice. I do want to read the comment from community member who says, not a question, but supporting Bar Maggie. He's the owner of Kiki and wants to create another important space for the LGBTQ community. He's a great member of the community and will do well for the block. Thank you for that. And Frank Chauvin has his hand up. If we can enable him. Go ahead, Frank.
Yes, thank you. I will try to be 2 minutes or under here. I was the objection to the vote in this on this protest. This is in the Shaw moratorium zone, and it does have a bar name. And the restaurant carve out in the North Shaw moratorium was seeking restaurants, and unfortunately, we're getting sort of short rifted with the fact that, well, restaurants can sort of just by definition sell 45% food, but this whole thing is bar oriented, has a bar name. Food's really coming secondarily, and that wasn't the intention. And so we did err in sort of being, not being more specific in our delineation in the moratorium. We want places that close at 11 and 12 after food service, right? This brings a better concentration. And so all that said, we're having a hard time maneuvering the restaurant carve out in the moratorium. And so I objected to, in this ground, I wanted another piece of this amendment of the protest to include overconcentration, just as an acknowledgement that that is in fact everything under the sun. All the adverse impacts we are receiving are because of overconcentration. Overconcentration bars, too many patrons, too many people screaming, too many back patios, and all this is on our lap to fix and to make sure it goes right, which we haven't had an easy time doing for the last 36 years. So I was asking for a specific, just an iteration of overconcentration in the motion. Just an acknowledgement, an ode to this ground, which is one of the grounds we can protest on. All right, that's first point. And then my second one, real quickly, is that we don't have a lot of tools to make them restaurant friendly. This is not going to be a great restaurant. It's going to be a bar with some food. And so whatever we can do as an ANC with our attorney, as the ABCA committee to enlist ways such as describing the kitchen size, perhaps. So I just asked for an overconcentration addition amendment to this on the grounds I've just described for your consideration. Thank you.
Commissioner Kenseth.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Chauvin. That was actually well put and well said. I would say right now on my to-do list, with the exception of getting some quiet at Thirst, is this particular place. And the reason for that is I actually witnessed and watched this go down and the questions that were asked, and the person kept referring to it as a bar, and they would say, "Oh, I mean a kitchen or a restaurant. What kind of food you gonna have? We're gonna well, it's gonna be a bar," and it just was extremely just saying it's a bar, and then maybe we'll sell some hot dogs and peanuts, and then we'll call it a restaurant. I think it's already a crowded area. I think it's in terms of us putting in a moratorium, there was a reason for that. It wasn't just done because, hey, let's just do it. There is nothing against the gay population or anything else, whether it was gay or straight. That to me is irrelevant. It's the way they're going about it and how there's been things that have been changed. And even when the owner sat in front of the committee, the questions were just not answered, or they were very vague, or his attorney had to speak up on his behalf. So to me, I remember this specifically. He said, well, the reason why this won't be so bad is because it's going to be really expensive. So the lower loud gays won't be there. So the uppity gays who can afford these larger drinks, they'll be there, and it'll be okay. To me, it's not good enough. Let's just open until 6 a.m. then. Let's just there has to be rules and regulations. I completely agree with Vice Chair Harris on this. Sorry, not feeling well. Chair Harris or Vice Chair Harris, and also Commissioner Chauvin. I think that were great points, and we really, as a whole, have to look at this and be fair. Be fair to all businesses.
It sounds
If
like
you,
there's support to vote.
Yeah, I'm gonna just try. You can hate me. I'm gonna belabor the point really quickly. What are we hoping will give us confidence that it is going to function as a restaurant? You can answer in 10 seconds.
Um, Not protesting will not do that.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I think Frank Chauvin raised a great point about asking about a restaurant a seating plan. Well, I think
Hours
hours,
do this. A bar
hours,
stays open very late. A restaurant does not. I think we should vote.
hours,
great
and also the
point.
45%. The 45% is something real.
Great point, Commissioner Barrio. Yeah.
Okay. Question. Let's call the
Hours.
question.
Yep.
All those in favor of sustaining the protest from committee as recommended, please raise your zoomies.
So I understand this. Am I voting for what? Are we're gonna
Voting to protest.
You're voting
we
to
are
Vote to
vote.
voting to
protest.
protest. Okay, let
Yes.
me
Yes.
raise two hands then. Thank you.
Stephen, are you voting?
I
Oh,
see.
I forgot I vote. Yeah, here.
I see 7 in favor. Thank you. Hands down, please. All those opposed. None, and we'll count an abstention. Thank you very much. Motion passes. Next one, please.
Right. The next one is this was a substantial change, requesting substantial change for sound bar located at 1909 9th Street Northwest. Their hours to go on the weekends go up until 6 a.m. Um, the motion passed by the committee that the ANC protests this substantial change in license for peace, order, and quiet in all applicable grounds, also including being in the moratorium zone. This passed unanimously. Um, yeah, and then the points again were that it's in the moratorium zone. That ANC 1B has also voted to protest other establishments for late night hours, Ace Lounge, Chicha Lounge. The MPD and the Public Safety Committee report that officers' shifts end around 3 a.m., 4 p.m., 4 a.m., and during that time they don't have kind of the coverage to get those to cover early morning, and there's often violent crime happening at that time and people associated with bars and nightclubs. And then finally, also the owner was not present at the meeting to give us any kind of, they were invited, but they weren't present to give us any information about the space at all. So I think without knowing, it's also better to be uh, to kind of err on it.
All right.
Okay, I'll second it. Any debate, questions, discussion? Seeing none, questions called. All those in favor of protesting for the committee's recommendation, zoomies up. That's 8, passes unanimously. Thank you very much. And finally, sir.
Okay, one more. Is a renewal for a place called Pure Nightclub, Class C nightclub. It's located at 1326 U Street Northwest, next to the sports gambling place. Uh, and a motion passed by the ANC that the ANC protest the license renewal for peace, order, quiet, on all applicable grounds, with 3 yeas, 1 abstention, 0 nays. To give a little more context here, one of the committee members, Eileen Johnson, actually wrote the original. There is a settlement agreement with this establishment in 2011, and one of our committee members helped draft it. She was like the group of 5 who helped protest it. Unfortunately, she was out of town and couldn't make the meeting. I actually spoke with her on the phone today to just kind of get a sense of if she knows if they've been violating their settlement agreement or following it. She said that they pretty much have been following it. She said, I don't want to quote her specifically, but she says that she would maybe want to reconsider a protest vote. However, she would like to do a little bit more research on that. And so I think, and she also wants to honor the committee's motion that she wasn't there for. So I would motion that we do
Hold
support.
on.
He can move. Let him move.
Yeah, I would support that we do protest the license renewal for peace, order, and quiet in all applicable grounds.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Okay,
Points of
I need
discussion.
to,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry. This is in my SMD and I need to speak.
You can still wait until it's the time to speak.
I thought we're on discussion.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry. Uh, One, this is not a sports gambling, Commissioner Hanrahan. That's next door. This is
Yeah,
not.
no, I said next door to the sports
Okay.
gambling place.
Okay. Just, yeah, that's irrelevant. It is, they, there's issues, but I haven't heard any major complaints about Pure. I'm not, I feel confident in the settlement agreement. I think I would trust if there have been issues, Eileen would have raised it because she lives right on Wallach Place where it's the street over. I have not received any complaints about Pure. It is a club, but it's on U Street. They have a settlement agreement. I know it's outdated, but or I don't think it's outdated. It just is older, I guess. But I'm not, again, as the commissioner who this is in my SMD, I don't support a protest here.
Okay, that's helpful to know. I think that's good. Yeah, we didn't have Eileen or yourself present at the committee meeting, so we didn't have anyone from this area to give us that insight into how they are behaving. Um, I, but I,
So we hear
I'm not vote for it either, potentially.
Okay.
I think.
So a quick note, Keaton, I see your hand is up. I'm assuming you're gonna want to make a comment about Bar Maggie, unless I'm much mistaken. So I'm gonna hold you until we finish the discussion about Pure, if that's okay. If I'm misunderstanding, then drop a line in the chat and we'll pick you up. Commissioner Holden.
This is just a renewal for the existing license, no changes being requested, correct?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other points of discussion?
If the other point is if Eileen wants to make amendments to it, she's a part of the group of five. She can raise that with them, with the settlement agreement that's already in place.
Did you guys look at the settlement agreement that's in place already? I don't see it in the tracker. Maybe you didn't pull it.
I haven't seen it, but honestly, I do really trust the neighbors on Wallach Place who are pretty attuned to what's happening. So if they wrote it, yeah, I think it's in a solid position, probably.
Okay, Commissioner Kinsey.
I was just going to ask when that was last written, or when it actually was drafted, if we know.
2011. But since then, there have been multiple license, renewals, and we haven't updated it since. So that I think also shows that there hasn't been an updated needed since 2011.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think a lot of the bars on 9th Street have like a 2 to 3 year span, and this one's been there for 14 years. So that seems to carry some
Yeah, there wasn't obviously like any glaring investigative history or anything, I'm assuming. Otherwise it would have come up.
No.
Okay, Commissioner Fay, final point.
Yeah, I mean, just maybe a quick question. If we were to protest, given this conversation, what is it that the committee was hoping to modify in that 2011 settlement agreement to address issues of peace, order, and quiet?
I think they felt that they didn't to be fair, I think the license came out that day. I got the settlement agreement from ABCA like middle of the day, and I think the committee felt like they didn't have enough time to review it. And so they wanted to be safer than sorry and just wasn't, and without had a chance to review it or seeing or having feedback from someone who lived there, they wanted to air it safe and vote to protest.
That makes actually, that's very thoughtful because they didn't have a chance to do all the due diligence because of the timing of the 45 days. And now having heard from Commissioner Harris and the individual on your committee who lives right next door to this, does it seem like there's additional information that you as chair now have?
I do, yeah. I would be I do want to honor I would still like to honor the motion that the committee made. I don't want to not make their motion. But I think I might abstain from voting for it.
That's downright decent of you. Okay. Thank you very much. I think we all feel pretty good. We can call the question. All those in favor of protesting this license, please raise your Zoom hands. This placard, rather. I see none. All those opposed? One, two, three, four. That's 6 opposed. The motion fails. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Vice Chair Harris. That was a great point you brought up, and I do trust your judgment in the area. You've been solid ever since you've lived in that area. So that's what changed my mind on that. Thank you.
Yes, couldn't agree more. Thanks. The next item up is mine. I have 2 resolutions, in fact, related to the emergency declaration, as we mentioned before. These have been circulated plenty, so I'm not going to go over them for too long. It is also getting late. I am cognizant. I will share the screen. The genesis of this particular resolution, please be the right one. There we go. Was in the Home Rule Caucus. As many of you know, I also serve as the chair of the ANC Home Rule Caucus, where it's about 75 commissioners across the district working on issues related to home rule. It is a very busy task at the moment, as you can imagine. This resolution was mostly drafted by commissioners from 1A and approved by the Home Rule Caucus and circulated through it. I think it is a beautiful piece of resolution writing. I'm very proud of it. Well, to date, this has passed in, I want to say, 12 other commissions. It's on the agendas in the next week or so of another 15, 16, 17 commissions. So it's passing pretty broadly everywhere, which gives me great joy that we can rouse ourselves to act in concert when necessary, which is the entire point of having an all ANC caucus. I'm very proud of that. Basic overview, the legislation takes note, of course, of the emergency declaration and the president's attempt to federalize operational control of MPD, which, of course, was found sort of informally in court to not be allowed under the Home Rule Act. We also make note of the fact that Congress is still withholding our ability to spend $1 billion of our own local tax revenue. And so the be it resolved clauses condemn the federal takeover of the MPD and the deployment of National Guard units for purposes unrelated to an actual emergency, which of course is what the Home Rule Act is intended to cover. And the resolution further urges Congress to reject any extension of the 30-day emergency period to restore the $1 billion in locally raised funds so that we can spend it on good things, such as public safety, for example. It supports legal challenges by the district government contesting the emergency declaration, some of which has already taken place in the time since we wrote this resolution. And importantly, I feel, demands full public transparency from the federal government and the MPD leadership and federal agencies regarding their mission, their rules of engagement, officer identifiability, arrest criteria, geographic scope, and the anticipated duration of the federal control order. I'm happy to take any questions. You've all seen this in your inboxes, so I hope we're well prepared. Seeing no questions, is there a second, first of all? Let's be tidy.
Second.
Thank you very much. Comment from Commissioner Fay.
One quick question. Given that so much has changed since when this was written, do you want to adjust any of the numbers, or for consistency's sake, do you just want to leave it as is? 800 National Guard troops is what caught my attention. It's now over 2,000.
That's true. Happy to take it as a friendly and go change it. We did make a couple of updates. Yeah, the number is easy to fix. I mean, some of the stuff is like less relevant now that the court case, had that at least sort of first hearing when the federal government sort of volunteered to back off of the operational control. Um, the mentions at the end of the geographic scope and anticipated duration, those are much more relevant in October when we didn't know how that was going to shape up. I mean, in fact, today Congress is signaling that they're not even going to consider a debate on a joint resolution to extend, which, I guess you could say makes this whole thing sort of moot, but I still think it's worth passing, especially because, the fact that Congress is not moving proactively to extend it doesn't mean the president won't declare another one after one day of having lapsed, or something like that. So I think, yeah, aside from the 800 figure, everything else still holds pretty true, and it's important to have this on the record, in my opinion. I'll also note that today was a lobby day that some commissioners did in concert with Free DC. Another one is coming up on September 8th, and we are printing these resolutions and making sure that those people doing the volunteer lobbying have them in hand. Commissioners who are participating, of course, are free to talk with congressional staff about their resolutions, what an ANC is, how we are the voice of the community on this. I also think this is like doubly, triply important because council has been on recess for a month and has not passed any resolutions of its own. So we kind of are the only voice standing of the neighborhoods. So for all the reasons above,
It
yes,
was,
I still think
and
it's
to
important.
clarify, it was only a question, not even a suggested amendment. So I'm good with it as is.
Okay. Wonderful. Anyone else? Okie doke. Question is called. All those in favor of adopting the resolution condemning federal overreach in District of Columbia policing and demanding the return of local funds. Zoom hands, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. I count 7. All opposed? And we'll count 1 abstention. The motion carries. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. Next one on the docket is another resolution that also went through the Home Rule Caucus. This one I wrote myself, so make sure you praise its prose extra. Here it is on your screen. Nope, that's the same one I just shared. I get worse at this as it gets later. Bless you all. Here it is on your screen. This is a resolution regarding the identifiability of federal agents and officers operating in the District of Columbia. This was touched on really briefly in the previous resolution. I think it's a significant enough issue that it's worth putting in its own piece. This one specifically takes issue with the fact that lots of federal agents and officers are operating in the District of Columbia with vests that say police or federal officer, which I think is almost laughable. There's really like no operational reason anyone can articulate why it can't just say ATF on it or ICE or whatever it is. So, the sort of image of like anonymous officers performing executions, I apologize for that, performing enforcement actions is significantly alarming to the community. This resolution also comments on the fact that many officers and agents are wearing masks and they refuse to state which agency they work for. And all of this is a detriment to transparency and accountability. It is very difficult to figure out sometimes if you want to check on the status of somebody who was apprehended, who you even called, because if you don't know which agency picked them up, you can't request status. So it's just very distressing for people on the ground to have the image of anonymous masked people and you don't know where they're from and what they're all about. So the resolution calls upon our DC leadership to work with their federal interlocutors to convey the importance of federal agencies developing clear policies on identifiability and the use of face coverings. It also urges the OAG to publish information about the federal agency's policies and also what to do when violations are observed. That's sort of complicated because you have to know each agency's like reporting office, and it'd be nice if somebody consolidated that information for us. The resolution applauds the efforts of legislators in other states to mandate identifiability and to restrict the use of face masks. And it expresses the district's support for a bill that was recently introduced in the US Senate, which is called the Visible Act, which would require immigration enforcement officers to be identifiable while making apprehensions and to not use masks unless there's some articulable reason, like it's an undercover operation or it's extremely cold or something like that. And once again, at the end here, as I teased with my earlier question of the commander, this resolution affirms our commission's commitment to implementing community-based models of policing that foster familiarity, mutual respect, and trust between law enforcement and police populations. So I move that we adopt the resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you very much. Any questions, points of debate, discussion? Seeing none, we'll call the question.
Who
I'd
are we
also note
sending this to again? Sorry, I missed it. Who are we sending this to again?
the first one's directed at Congress. That's one that we're sending with the lobby groups, and we'll send it electronically as well to key offices on the Hill. This one about the identifiability of agents and officers is directed at district officials to pressure federal agencies to do this. So it's going to go to mayor, deputy mayor, council members, of course, the OAG, since there's a relevant provision that covers it.
Okay, thanks.
This resolution's also been passed by, I think, 4 other commissions so far, so is also working its way around the district. All right, all those in favor of the resolution? That's 8 in favor. It carries unanimously. Thank you very much. There is a third resolution on the agenda regarding the use of traffic checkpoints for immigration enforcement. Sadly, the legal review has not been done, so I'm going to withdraw that one for now, though it is an extremely important topic, and I expect to hear more about it in the future. Cool. Next one is from the Economic Development Committee, a resolution in support of DemPed's formal engagement of the community before finalizing an RFP for 1617 U Street. Take it away.
Okay. Before we pull anything up on the screen, and Chair, I might ask if you don't mind if you've got the documents. Do you have the documents all right there? I can probably pull it up on mine as well. You may recall that we spent actually a fair amount of time discussing this resolution, a previous draft of it, at our August commission meeting. Ultimately, there were some questions and concerns raised that resulted in a recommendation to send this back to committee. I want to first thank all of you for your thoughtful discussion on the prior version. I also want to thank Commissioner Holden, whose single member district this particular partial and ultimate project resides, for investing himself and taking his time to join us for the full Economic Development Committee meeting that we had a couple of weeks ago. And he was part of, again, what I thought was a very robust, thoughtful discussion with a lot of different perspectives. I don't think that there was much disagreement in the core principles, right? The core principles that we talked about in our July committee meeting, our August commission meeting, our August committee meeting, and again tonight are focused on inviting and being as forceful as we can or as direct as we can, inviting DemPed to engage with the community on a substantive two-way feedback process to get community input on the development RFP for the site at 1617U and 1620 V Street. This has been on this commission's docket for some time. A number of resolutions have been passed, and we wanted to make sure we were pushing forward with that. The other element that was not even really debated, there was an agreement across the board from the very beginning, was that the racial equity lens needed to be applied very squarely on this particular project. And we wanted to make sure that we did justice, not just to that principle, but also to the way that we were discussing it. And so there was a very robust discussion back and forth. To be transparent with this group, the committee did end its discussion without having a finalized resolution to carry forward to the commission. But based on the discussion, based on folks being able to step back for a moment, reflect on that discussion, think through what we were trying to accomplish. The committee worked very hard together to craft a revised resolution. It was discussed via email across the commission the committee over the course of 2 or 3 days. And we had, kind of a wordsmithing exercise to make sure that folks were aligned and ultimately reached agreement via email that this was the position of the committee to take forward. I feel very good about this. I feel good about this in the sense that a lot of time and energy and thoughtfulness have gone into crafting the language. I feel good about this in terms of the community participation and input, the breadth of the voices that have been represented. I feel good about this in terms of maintaining a tension, an appropriate tension between the asks of DemPed and kind of some of the frustration that the community feels about not just this project, but some of the history of development in DC, especially on public lands. And so what I want to highlight to this group is essentially the new language. So, Chair, if you don't mind kind of starting at the top of this really quickly, the first three clauses, whereas clauses, those are the same as we presented at the last meeting. It essentially says the land has been designated for disposition, where it is located and is the site of MPD 3rd District Headquarters and the Fire and Emergency Services Company number 9, that it has attracted significant interest from a broad swath of individuals. The fourth whereas clause is new. Whereas public land redevelopment should advance economic justice by prioritizing affordable housing, support for existing local businesses, and development patterns that serve existing residents rather than contributing to direct or indirect displacement pressures on longtime community members. The next is new, whereas the U Street corridor has been a historic center of African American culture, commerce, and community life in Washington, D.C., known as Black Broadway, and continues to hold deep cultural significance for longtime African American residents, families, and businesses who deserve meaningful participation in decisions affecting their neighborhood. The next whereas clause is a repeat from our last, which is essentially this commission in its prior terms had passed 2 previous resolutions also requesting DemPed engagement of the community. The next is the same, essentially stating that DemPed has not yet engaged in any meaningful community engagement on this site. We reference that they have, in fact, successfully engaged other communities on different development efforts on public lands. We do mention our RFP process, but that is it. We don't kind of go into that any further. If you don't mind scrolling to the next page. This is the same as before, that the redevelopment would benefit from well-resourced structured community engagement. And we acknowledge that traditional public engagement often fail to reach and meaningfully include longtime residents, particularly those who face barriers, which we delineate. And yeah, those are all the same. Now, this I'm going to read through to you really quickly. Now, therefore, right, be it resolved, this is what we are asking for, that ANC 1B invites DemPed to actively partner with ANC 1B's Economic Development Committee to develop and implement a community engagement process that centers the voices of longtime residents, particularly African American residents and families who have deep roots in the U Street corridor. Be it further resolved that the elements of this community engagement process should include, this was a request of the commission, was that we delineate and outline what successful community engagement looks like, both to be able to provide guidance to DemPed, but also to be able to demonstrate to the community that their requests had been met for effective engagement. The first bullet is to use the Zoning Commission's racial equity tool as one guide to framing and designing the community engagement process. A community survey with survey results shared publicly to solicit broad community input with particular attention to reaching longtime residents. Design and host 2 to 3 structured open houses that provide a forum for two-way dialogue between DEMPED and the impacted community on topics including affordable housing, continuation of district services, which is the fire, EMS, and MPD, support for existing local businesses, and measures to prevent displacement of existing residents and businesses. Finally, partner with a community-based organization with demonstrated ties to longtime African American residents to assist in outreach and facilitation. Further, be it resolved that the community engagement process should inform potential elements of the RFP, including affordable housing, requirements, space for existing local businesses, community benefit commitments, and ongoing community oversight mechanisms to ensure development benefits flow to existing residents. And finally, be it further resolved that the ANC requests DEMPED to initiate the community engagement process as soon as feasible and prior to releasing any RFP for the site. So I am moving on behalf of the Economic Development Committee. I am moving to support this resolution by the full commission such that it can be transmitted to DEMPED at our soonest convenience and to invite them into this discussion and formulation of community engagement for the future development of this site.
Second.
I beat you.
I don't think so. I'm gonna watch it back later, so we
Commissioner
figure out who goes in the
Holden,
minutes.
he went through the fire with us and has earned his right to second this. All right. Any questions, discussion, comments? And to the committee members who are joining tonight, I know there are a number of you. I see potentially one hand up, but any of the members of the community that would like to comment on this, I know you have been very much a part of this as well. Commissioner Holden, first to you.
Yeah, so I appreciate all the work that was done in the various rounds for this resolution and getting this one out so we could vote on it in September before too much more time has passed. So there's more time for the engagement if DEMPED decides to engage. I think it's a much more clearly worded resolution that kind of like gets to the points quicker for what the community is asking and kind of establishes why it's important with the whereas clauses. So I am very supportive and will be voting for it.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions from the commissioners? I see two hands in the audience. Arlene Feskinich is going to be first. Her hand was up, and then Karen Gall would be second. Hey, Arlene.
Hey, good evening. Yeah, I'm very happy the way this resolution turned out, and I commend the Economic Development Committee for all the hard work you put into it. It does seem to have solidified a lot better than the previous versions, although I thought the previous versions were good also. But it's more to the point. And I actually just have two wording questions.
Sure.
In the paragraph that says, "Now therefore be it resolved," ANC 1B invites. Invites sounds kind of non-committal. I noticed later on you use the word request. Can we change the word to request?
Arlene, I made Matt change it from request to invite. So I was looking for
really?
something. I was looking for something more energetic as well. So maybe we can find something. We
Yeah, I
sometimes
mean,
get a little teased when we say request because people feel like it's a little bit too weak. We should be a bit more forceful with
Well,
this kind of
invite
thing.
just
So
sounds like, come to the party, but they can
sure.
always, it's just too easy to decline. So I just question the word invite. And maybe I'm reading this wrong, but on that third line where it says process that centers the voices, do you mean centers on the voices?
Yeah, good question. Let's hit them both one by one. The first is yes, I will share that the chair had suggested invite. The other end of that, Arlene, is that we demand. I don't quite feel comfortable demanding
No.
something of DEMPED. So if we can think of something that is somewhere in between request and demand, that kind of carries a bit of weight, that would be great. I encourage all the other commissioners to kind of run through your mental elected official thesaurus and see if there's a word that comes to your mind as well.
You don't like request?
I'm good with request.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
I think where Miguel was worried is that we use the word request so often that we wanted something to maybe stand out a little bit, and invite might fall short. So I think as a default, I'm comfortable with the idea of reverting back to requests. And then to your question about centers the voices, it's actually a phrase that has been used by this commission in previous resolutions. And so I didn't want to change it. And so essentially what we just kind of kept with was centers the voices. And essentially what that means is that it kind of puts at the center of the conversation those particular voices. However, if it is confusing, we can do a quick amendment there too.
I don't know if anyone else found it confusing, but I did. Centers on the voices. But anyway,
Okay.
but
Centered
thank
in the
you.
sense
Thank you.
of foregrounds, we could say, the voices.
Yep, I
Oh,
think both of those good. I'm gonna take a friendly amendment on requests versus invites. So commissioners will be kind of voting on that friendly amendment, included. And then I think centers on the voices. Arlene is fine as a clarification, just so that we don't run the risk of DEMPED potentially misinterpreting or suggesting confusion.
okay. Thank you.
Yep. Karen Gall is next, followed by Frank Chauvin. Howard Kurtzman, I saw your hand up at one point or another too, but it's down now. So Karen Gall.
Thank you. You know, as you mentioned, this was a very robust discussion. I want to commend you, Matt. I know that I did this via committee, but I'm deeply grateful for your leadership in making sure that this was transformed in our community input in a way that the resolution was made. And I'm certainly looking forward to the commission passing this to create the change that we need in our community, because the political wisdom of this particular resolution is really there, and it was streamlined, as Matthew mentioned, and it's certainly appreciated that all of the work that was done, the community research, all the community members coming together to ensure that we are working together and we're not sacrificing the racial equity framework of this resolution. Now, in regards to what Ms. Arlene was talking about, you can say respectfully, formally request or respectfully demand, but I think you said you didn't want to use the word demand, even though that's stronger, but it's still professional. And urge and encourage could also be some collaborative options in regards to that language. But again, I want to thank you all for making sure that we do a really good job as a commission to bring the racial equity component forward as we need to always in anything that we're doing when we're working within this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And Karen was a powerful voice in this discussion and also very, very thoughtful. So we're grateful to her. Frank, I think I saw your hand up, but it is down now. Back to those elected official thesauri. Thoughts on requests, urges, respectfully demands.
Karen was on something there about formally requests. It does give it a little more weight.
Yep, let's do that. Well, we did debate over the inclusion of great weight, so I think that if it reads like weight, then let's do formally
There it is.
requests.
There it is.
All right. Any further
Do we have?
discussion?
I don't believe so.
Great.
I'll just make a note. I think Arlene and I are singing from the same hymnal today. I voted against referring this back to committee. It looks beautiful now. It's tightened up. I appreciate that. There are a couple things that I perhaps missed from the first one. I thought at least a mention of the aspiration of something that looks like social housing one day was really interesting. I hope we don't lose sight of that. I hope we can plug into that in its own right in a different way. But this is very focused, and I really commend you for the number of hours you've all put in. So thank you, Matt, and thank you, committee members and neighbors. Anything before we call? Okay, calling the question. All those in favor of adopting the resolution, please. Hands up. There are 6 hands, 7 hands, 8 hands. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much, everybody. Well done, all. Let me scroll 38 pages back into the packet now. Next up is a motion out of the Community Engagement Committee, with which I'm familiar. We received a request from the LaDroit Park Civic Association. Oh, you're hearing so much about them today. For community sponsorship of their annual block party. We have sponsored this event in the past. We gave them something paltry, like $150 last time, and this time we thought we could do better. They requested $500 to cover promotion of the event. This was very favorably seen by the committee. Checked out, we had a nice presentation, discussion about it, very straightforward. The committee did, in fact, see the LPCA's full budget, which said that there was a line item for $700 of promotion, of which they asked us for $500. And the committee was in such a good mood that they said, in fact, let's do them a solid and approve $700 in promotional funding to cover that whole line item. Maybe we had a little bit of back and forth, but whatever, it wasn't that important. We decided let's just approve it or recommend approval at that rate and let the commission discuss and see if that feels appropriate. In the meantime, I have spoken with Mike Hewling, who's coming up a lot today, and in his capacity as the president of the LPCA, and he said, in fact, that they don't anticipate needing the full 700 that they put in their budget. So he said he would be happy with his LPCA hat on to just honor the initial request, which was for $500. And then Mike Hewling, with his soon-to-be nominated community engagement chair hat on, said it would also make sense if we applied a standard, and this commission has sponsored $500 for the 13th Street block party. It would seem to make sense for block parties of comparable size to award comparable sponsorships. So he recommended that we, in fact, just go with the initial $500 request. I think that sounds very fair. I'm interested in his notion of sort of standardizing how much we issue for like roughly equivalent events. That's very cool to me. So I'm happy to move that we, in fact, approve the $500 request for the LaDroit Park Civic Association.
Second.
Okie doke. Questions, comments, debate, yawns. Okay. All those in favor, please, hands up. Seven hands are up. I expect an abstention.
Yes.
Is that true? All right. With one abstention, the motion carries. Thank you all very much. We're almost there, guys. Second to last thing, and it's me again. This is in my SMD capacity. I have written a letter to the Secretary of the Interior on behalf of Meridian Hill Malcolm X Park, which, as we all know, is a federal property managed by the National Park Service, which is a component of the Department of the Interior. This was the result of some hemming and hawing and discussion with neighbors about how we sort of felt about taking this approach. In the end, I think the sense was that it's best to try to approach the Interior Department and say, in light of the executive order about making the District of Columbia safe and beautiful, a lot of the language of which talks about monuments and parks and turf and fountains, and those are all things that we know a lot about in 1B06. It would be a really great idea if you want to spend a bunch of money rehabilitating public spaces in the District of Columbia to start with Meridian Hill Park. So I mentioned the executive order and the relevant passages. I extol the virtues of the park, not only the sort of like formal beauty and the history of it and why it's called Meridian Hill with Thomas Jefferson and the Prime Meridian and all this stuff, but also highlighting how important the park is to Washingtonians and their actual lived experience and how everyone gathers there, and there's yoga and dance and theater performances, which we know something about, and music all the time. And it's an incredibly important cosmopolitan mixing place for all types of people, which is like the best part about it, of course. I then present a list of significant capital improvements that they could do, focusing on their target areas, fountains, turf, mentioned a couple other things, restrooms, stairs, and lighting. And I suggest that they prioritize this in their spending plans for safe and beautiful DC. I think I can't move this without acknowledging that there are lots of parts of the safe and beautiful executive order that are troublesome to us, mostly on the safe side. There's like a whole safe apparatus, very different from the beautiful apparatus in that executive order. So this is not without some like morally fraught feelings. But like I mentioned before, I think if we can attract attention and improve the park, which is such a huge priority for so many of my constituents, I mean, it is cracking and falling apart. It would be a win of a certain type. So I move that we send the letter and see what happens and proceed from there. There are other levers we can pull. There are congressional appropriators involved. There are other people who are going to be considering how to spend a bunch of extra money on NPS properties. And I'm happy to keep tabs on that and work with the Public Space Committee and this commission to identify opportunities. But for now, I think this is a decent start. Commissioner Kensick.
Yeah, I just hope President Trump doesn't read the other letter opposing, because then he's going to tell him no, because that's just how he is. So hopefully he'll read this letter
The
before he
pigeons are going to go in different directions, so
Yeah,
it's okay.
yeah, no, great work, and you keep saying what one B06, and it was housed in one B05 for the longest time. I think it's everyone's park. Meaning all of 1B, all of 1A, 1C. It is the best park in DC, frankly. I mean, unless it had maybe the Washington Monument in it, maybe it could be a little better, but it is an amazing park, and there is a lot of stuff they can do. Being in the construction world, replacing with PVC piping as opposed to copper, and making it long lasting, meaning the areas where they always said we can't do it because it's too expensive, but there are ways to get these fountains back on. When I moved here, they were all on, and it really it's still a beautiful park. I wish when they did the modifications to it to make it more ADA compliant, they had done more to the infrastructure. As you point out, there are areas of the infrastructure that are breaking, and they can definitely get the water back up and running, and just be smart about it with PVC piping and other things. But hopefully this does go through, and I commend you on your efforts on this. This has been going on even, I think, Councilmember Nadeau, when she was a commissioner of 1B05, she was pushing for items like this as well. So this is way long overdue, and it's really well appreciated.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Go ahead.
I want to second the motion.
Thank you so much. You're so tidy. Appreciate it. Any other questions, points of debate?
My only question is to Commissioner Holden, whether he would like to be the second signature on the letter rather than me as a default secretary, if he would like to be the second signature as the chair of TPPS.
If that's helpful, I can be either way.
It's
Let's do
mostly
it.
symbolic. Yeah.
I don't care.
I would like to work with my friendly neighboring commissioners. Okay. Oh, there's a hand. There's a hand. Karen, please go ahead if we can unmute Karen. Go ahead.
And thank you, commissioners. And as Commissioner Kensick mentioned, the ADA work that was done, and Commissioner Matthew Holden can attest to this. As you all know, I'm a disability advocate. I will tell you that it's inadequate work that was done to improve the disability offering to that park. It's very limited to, you cannot fully use it the way you want it. You guys had to Shakespeare in the Park, and I'm sure you were saying, "Where's Karen?" Guess what? You guys know how I travel, and I wanted to enjoy getting up there, and I've tried before, but it's really difficult to maneuver. Even though they claim to have made some improvements, it's not full improvements to allow full accessibility. So when you if you guys can add to your amendment that they re-examine how they have done the mapping for ADA accessibility, that would be highly appreciated, because one of the things that we do with all the DC parks and facilities is to try to make sure that all of them are ADA multimodal accessibility. And that's my only add-in. And thank you once again for allowing me to speak in your meeting. Thank you.
Absolutely. I love that. I appreciate that a lot. We all know they redid the entrances to make them ADA accessible on the lower plaza. That's not the case on the upper plaza. I bet that it technically is considered compliant because there's a step-free entrance at the northeast corner, but that intersection is very complicated and it's not, I don't think it's wheelchair friendly on the other side, which of course is not NPS's property. So all that to say, they should look a little more holistically at that. I'm happy to write in an additional sentence here
Yeah.
when I'm talking about stairs and lighting and mention it if the commission's okay with authorizing me to come up with that language in the morning when I'm awake.
And if you need any of my assistance, I would be very happy to lend my specific hand on that too.
Appreciate that.
And thank you very
Okay.
much, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thanks for making the point. So, moved and seconded with editorial license to add a section on the ADA accessibility, especially in the upper plaza. Commissioner Fay.
I'm sorry, I'm voting.
You're
Yes.
voting. All right, all those in favor, put your hands up. And they stay there. And they stay there. 8 votes, it passes unanimously. What a great success. Thank you guys very much. And finally, oh, Francois, it's yours. The community sponsorship grant application for a Westminster Playground fall event.
Hello, hello. Yes, the WNA is seeking sponsorship for a block party at its playground, the playground on Westminster Street. The idea, I sort of worked with the WNA on this, and we're going to discuss it more at the WNA meeting soon. But the idea for this is, I saw Miguel pull off a incredible event in Meridian Hill, like we were just discussing with Shakespeare in the Park, and I thought it would be great to try to provide some similar programming for kids and also to sponsor a block party to sort of bring adults there and bring together DC officials and other community-based organizations in the area, because I think, relationships are so important. And I think that meeting at the playground with kids around, with fun stuff, with lots of food, and all, but also with lots of adults and people who represent the district government could be a really, really important thing for our community. So, that is what's sort of driving this. The other thing driving this is that the playground is frequented by many families in the area, but I think there's a lot of families who don't know about it. So the second piece of this block party is to do a lot of outreach to try to get people to come to the event who might not otherwise be involved in civic life, but who might have young kids that want to come. And I think that's a great way to get families involved who aren't otherwise maybe involved with neighborhood associations or the ANC, to get them there, to show them that this great resource in the park exists, and also to get them connected with their local government so that they can have a say in, how the city is run and how the ANC advocates for them. So we're currently requesting up to $2,000, with the WNA covering 1/3 was the current arrangement. The idea is that money would be used for a bouncy house, for food, for other supplies, potentially for entertainment, depending on OANC's rules. And so, that is the current request. We might not use all of that, cognizant of the fact that the previous block party that was discussed for LPCA was less money. But we are trying to really provide some big draws and do some outreach in order to bring more people to this event. So, that is the proposal. I'm happy to answer questions before we vote.
It would be amazing for me to put this on the screen. It is just taking me some time to find it. So, oh, here it is. I'm sorry. Oh, it's in Pages.
I'm sorry. I wish I had
Oh,
Word on my
no.
computer. Wait, I feel like I shared a Google Doc. Anyway.
Okay, maybe you downloaded. Oh, apparently I have Pages. Didn't know that was a thing. Sorry, you guys. It is worth pointing out that this was not able to go through the Community Engagement Committee, which does not have to review everything. We do like when it does. This is the grant application. So I'll scroll through it slowly while we take a couple questions, if that's okay. We can just have eyes on the budget, etc. I think it was Commissioner Kenzek first, who, by body language, I realize this is not zoomed in enough. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, actually, read it perfectly. Treasurer had his hand up. I noticed he did say that his 3-year-old had a great party there, which is great. I didn't know if he had any concerns, which he was raising in terms of the funding of it. I just know that it always gets really sticky with these last 2 years with all these rules with ONAC and what we can spend and what we can't. So how are we getting around that? I'm in
Yeah,
full favor of it.
yeah. So two quick things. One is, and unless there's some particular reason why we're doing this as a grant, we shouldn't do this as a grant.
There is a
It just
reason.
makes everything much more complicated to do this as a grant. But we can, but we should, presuming everyone's in favor, we should move forward to the vote and approve the expenditure, and then we can structure it in a way that makes more sense. And then the second thing is we can work separately. The OAT has put out very good guidance about what can be spent on and what can't, especially in regards to food, which is now possible. It just needs to be done in the right way. And so we can make sure that you guys are aware of that, so that as you're planning the budget, we're structuring everything in the right way so that we're able to reimburse.
The reasoning for the grant was articulated, and it's not going to come to my mind if I think because there's incidental food involved, which
Yeah, there's a
oh
bunch.
wait,
Yeah, the sort of basic idea is that like a grant is an explicit thing in statute and how NOANC policies and how ANCs operate, and so it has to follow a whole suite of rules and regulations and processes. And for instance, this very large form, but the ANC can give money that is not giving money via grant for activities such as a block party. And if one does it as a direct expenditure instead of as a capital G grant, there is then a lot more flexibility.
correct. That's right. But that flexibility does not extend to food, which we've recently learned they've kind of liberalized their interpretations of of the prohibition on spending on food. So if there's
That's right.
incidental food, that's like snacks at an event that's like not primarily about food, it's not like a banquet or something, it can be approvable. But I
That's right.
think it has to be a grant in order to come under that interpretation. I don't think you can
Oh,
do even incidental food as a direct expenditure.
okay. Well, we should look into that. That was different than my reading of what we saw. So, but
Okay.
I would trust you as having spent more time and read it more closely.
Mhm.
So, I think what we should do, because I think this is kosher, is I think if assuming people are supportive of this, we should move to support whatever expenditure we want to make on this as a commission, and then we can then work out sort of specific means of payment for it later.
Yes. Francois, remind me again the intended date of the event.
Yeah, we're aiming for October 25th, which is a
Okay.
Saturday.
Part of me is channeling Matthew Holden and feeling like it'd be good for the committee to have a look. I understand that would put an approval at October 7th, I think, is our meeting, which is getting a bit close for you. I don't know how that feels.
I mean, it
Um,
doesn't feel great because we have to like reserve stuff in advance. So I don't
right.
want to, make monetary commitments that can't be
Yeah.
followed through on.
Right. I don't see a budget in here, which is
There
also
was a budget at the bottom of what I sent you, but I'm happy to outline what I was proposing everything costs.
maybe it was attached somewhere else.
Oh, to the application that I sent? The application I sent, I was confused because it didn't actually have anywhere to include a budget, nor did it have any
Right.
instructions for
Isn't
the
that
budget.
great?
So, I mean, I can tell you that a bouncy house costs up to $500. I can tell you that we're allocating up to $1,000 for food, but that's probably, we're not going to spend that much. Allocating something like $500 for potential live entertainment through a band. though, if OANC rules don't allow us to support that, then the WNA could potentially cover that cost. And then some other incidental expenses like, chairs, tables, tape, flyers, potentially even
Sure.
social media advertisements, things like that. So that's how I'm getting to like the $3,000 number. Maybe the band was up to 1,000, but the $3,000 total. And, I spoke to the head of the WNA who said that he thinks that they can pitch in 1,000 to help make this happen.
Okay. So a couple clarifications, just technically, the band has to be done by grant, not direct expenditure because it's entertainment.
Okay.
And the food has to be done by grant. Can't be a direct expenditure. So I think this is the best vehicle, sadly, that it's the grant. Because I'm assuming one of those we have to cover. You said that maybe they could cover the WNA could cover the entertainment, but not both entertainment and food. Let's
Yeah,
do
I
a
mean
round
they
of.
can cover up to $1,000. So, whatever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okie doke.
At least
Procedurally,
that's what the president said that they could do. I think they would need to vote on it at the meeting that's coming up. So,
yeah.
that's how it goes.
Can I make a comment?
Yeah.
Sure.
So there's two thoughts in my mind, and quite honestly, they're centered around the total dollar amount of the request. The first is so when LeDroit does their block party, which I'm hoping everybody can come to, there's three things that we do for funding. The first is we have the LPCA fund some portion of it, which sounds like you're already talking with the WNA around. There's actually four things. The second is that we get a fair amount of donations from community, which includes business. We get a small amount or we got 500 this year. Last year we got 150 from the ANC. And then we actually asked for a lot of donations. So like our band is a local band that's coming and they don't cost anything other than we're helping to pay for some rental equipment. The chairs and the tables all come from the local church down the street. So we try really hard to be super careful with how much we spend on things. I always get frustrated when one of the deputy mayors throws a big event in the park at LeDroit and they bring out 6 bouncy houses, and I'm like, how is that the right thing? So I think the first thought, Francois, is just that the $3,000 budget sounds like it's a pretty hefty budget, especially for a first event. And then the second thought is just that I think from a commission perspective, we're going to need to be mindful that this amount will be precedent setting. There's other civic associations in the ANC that are also starting to talk about having block parties, which I think is a fantastic thing. And I think one of the things that we're going to have to ask is that let's say we've got five civic associations in the ANC. Are we prepared to allocate $10,000 a year for five different, grants of $2,000 each? If we are, right to the previous conversation about investing money in the community, that's cool, right? If we feel like that's a good precedent for us to set, then that's cool. I'm kind of more on the line of if we're going to do $500 for each of the block parties, and we've got five of them, that's $2,500. That seems like it's super sustainable going forward. So that's it. I'm concerned about the total cost and I'm worried about the precedent that we might set.
Yeah, I agree with that. And Francois, we've been talking about this and I want this event to happen. Absolutely. I think we are probably just going to be best off sending it to committee and looking at the budget a little more closely. And I think we can do what Matt was just talking about, which is see if we can find a local band instead of hiring somebody from elsewhere and work on some cuts like that and donations maybe from local restaurants for the food or other ways like that.
Yeah.
I'm also
Yeah.
cognizant that we've been talking about establishing sort of a rough guideline for how much we sponsor an event. I don't think we have to do $500, 0.00 cents for like every single block party as a hard and fast rule, but there has to be a sense of proportionality too, I think. So
Could we approve $500 tonight? And then that way there's some money for them to do their event. And then it's not our job to budget what their event is.
Right. We can do like a not to exceed like we've done before for direct expenditure, which means it can't be used for entertainment or food, but it can cover a lot of the incidental stuff. So at least it's a contribution toward the event. And if WNA still wants to pursue this grant, it can go through committee and come back in October for whatever leftover expenses there are. I mean, I feel like if they're going to put in fully $1,000 and we put in 500, you should probably be able to do the event um, with that.
Yeah, I
But
mean, I'm happy to throw a smaller event, and I definitely take the point about the overall expense. I've never organized a block party before, so this is my first attempt at it. And I definitely want to be conscious of cost. I think the WNA does not have the same infrastructure that the LPCA does, just from what I can tell. It's not nearly as organized. We don't have as many connections. We don't have as many volunteers, and we just don't have as many people who can help organize the event, at least that I know of right now. So hopefully we're trying to recruit more and build that out. So, I definitely take all those points. I think if we are going to wait longer to figure out the money, then we may just need to postpone the event until next year, because the idea was to have it outdoors and to have it before it gets cold. So, once you hit November, it starts to get kind of iffy, and, then we might have less people. And so, I'm happy to try to plan a more thorough event next year, but I mean, my intention was, we have this opportunity. We have a lot of issues going on in the city right now. There's a lot of issues near, the playground that I think are worth having people talk about in person and building those relationships. And so, we have so much money sitting in our bank account right now. We have $100,000 or something thereabouts, and it seems, it doesn't
this is
have
an
to be for
argument
this
you don't
block.
need to make to this crowd.
No, I know, and it's not like our fault. It's difficult to find ways to spend this money, but I guess
Sure.
I hope we can move
Well,
fast to spend this money,
le-
because it's sort of just losing value right now in our
I
account.
agree. I see the hands. I want to focus the discussion maybe on this point. Let's consider maybe that the Commissioner
Yeah,
Holden made a
totally.
motion to approve a $500 block party request, along the model of the previous block parties. Um, I mean, we've worked with the WNA before. They've been around forever. They're incorporated as a nonprofit. We know who they are. So if we have enough, that confidence in the
Yeah, yeah.
organization and in the event, we can move that. We'll have to work together on what's allowable as an expense. That's totally fine. I'm happy to do that. And of course, if it's not panning out for some reason, or they don't feel like that was enough of a contribution to make it viable, then you just don't spend the money in it. Then we can go to a later date or something. I
I
think
think
it's not a
that
bad.
would be great. That would be great.
Sure. Let's hear
And we can try
Commissioner
to figure out
Harris.
whether it can work. And, if it can't work, then we'll just save it for next year, and we can, try to work on more details and more ways to cut costs, and maybe more ways to add value to it. So, but
I'm into that.
I do really want to work with everyone, and also, you know, yeah, to the extent possible, learn from, other organizations that have thrown block parties more recently that have been successful.
And soon Mike Hewling will have a one pager with tips and tricks.
Yay.
Commissioner Harris, let's go ahead.
I think I just want to say the $3,000, that's really, really, that's setting a really bad precedent. That's about 60% of our quarterly allotment. I know that we have money in the bank, but that doesn't mean we just spend it on the 50 projected attendees that are going to be at the block party. I saw that in the budget. So I would really encourage you, Commissioner Barrio, to try to figure it out. I know a lot of block parties happen without neighborhood associations on much smaller budgets, but I could never support $3,000 for 50 people. That just doesn't make sense for the community overall.
To be clear, the idea was not to just have 50 people there. It was sort of like a floor of we want to have lots of people there. But I definitely take the point that it's money. We want there to be lots of people. We want it to be doing good. I want to find the right number and find the right way to do it. Like I said, I'm new to doing all of this, but I also think that it is important to keep in mind that, the money that's sitting in the bank is not really serving our constituents. So I feel like,
$3,000 isn't serving enough of our constituents, though, so I could never support that.
that's
Commissioner
okay,
Kenzik, you
because
want
I'm not
to
asking you to now.
go ahead?
He had me at Bouncy House. But yeah, the fact that the committee they needed a chance to look at this and see this. I think that Commissioner Holden's point about the 500, definitely to Vice Chair's point about 3,000. I mean, unless we're going to make Burial pay back. If he gets less amount of people, that is going to set a terrible precedent. So we have to be mindful of that. But I definitely think the committee needs to have an opportunity to discuss it, look at it, and understand it. I do agree with the 500, just so you have the money for the music or some of the other things you have to kind of look ahead. And also, Commissioner Barry, if I can help with this at all, please let me know, because I do think block parties are great, and we haven't had enough of them over the years. Thank you.
Okay. The motion
Thanks.
from Commissioner Holden, I'll consider it seconded, is to approve a $500 not to exceed block party direct expenditure. Any further questions, points of debate? Okie doke. All those in favor? We have 8. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. The agenda having been exhausted, unless anything's on fire.
I move to adjourn.
Up. Arlene, we'll hear you.
I move to adjourn.
Sorry about that. I'm just looking back over the back to the 1617 U Street resolution. I noticed the word inviting is in the title.
We'll fix it in
We'll make
both
it match.
places.
Okay, I
We'll
just
make it
wanted to
match.
point that. I didn't notice it in the title before, but since we fixed it in the text, I wanted to point that out. Sorry.
But no, Arlene, you're drawing to everyone's attention how committed this committee and community are to that success. So thank you.
Don't
Can we all
mess.
put our hands in the middle and go 1B?
Yeah, don't ever mess with Miss Sketch. Yeah, she knows what she's reading. A quick
Did
question.
Commissioner Holden say something?
I move to adjourn.
Yes.
I move to adjourn.
Before we move to adjourn, Chair, if you could please sign me up for whatever we're going to be doing to take a shift, let me know. Just as you could text me or something. My emails get overwhelming. So
Harris.
Got
I'm
it.
sorry.
Second.
People ducking. All right, the meeting's adjourned. Thank you, guys.